Game has started. Yay!
Oh shit! You know what? I should have done.
What's up? Oh,
I was thinking I probably should have. I was saying I probably should. I should have like a bought or done some equipment, like equipment stuff.
oh,
You know what I mean?
that's cool. Oh yeah.
Trying to,
Maybe after this.
not option.
I literally bought the whole equipment store.
Oh, I haven't bought it yet. Alright, load that. Okay, I can actually change it
You have 4K? Oh my god.
here. I have about like 3,000. I have about like 3,000 right here.
I have 3897. So with the skate park, there's a lot of graffiti here. So you'll need your most powerful wand. I mean hose.
Alright. Okay, this seems a lot quiet. Okay, yeah, that's not as bad. Not as bad at all.
If I were you, I'd do it like the like a Bob Ross painting.
You paint happy little trees.
Yeah, nice and slow. Go panel by panel. I'm just going fast
Nice.
because the graffiti.
I think for graffiti you either need to put on like the high pressure nozzle.
Yeah, I have that.
Well, luckily the extension serves like put the nozzle closer to the wall. So
I have
it
the
adds more pressure.
I have the Urban X washer.
I have it too actually.
Yeah,
It's red, right?
it's red. Is that the basic one? Oh, never mind. Then we're in the
You
same
know,
boat.
Yeah. I like
Okay.
how you hold it like it's a rifle.
That's good for like cleaning up there, like over there.
I mean, the only reason why you wouldn't put an extension on it is if like you're literally trying to find spaces.
And also to, yeah, if it, yeah, you literally you don't need it for this section, but over there in the back, yes.
I think I just like having it like this. 'Cause it just like having any distance problems or like pressure loss over any amount of distance is so annoying. You know what I mean? I just rather like have it on most of the time and take it off when I don't need it. You know what I mean?
Speaking of which, this is a freaking skate park. How could it get so dirty?
Are they are they like white? Are like they like skidding their ass all over the all over
Exactly. We're, did they, well, like after taking a poop, they just, oh hell no. Ah.
when they before they leave the park start just dumping ass all over it. Start just literally shitting on the park.
It's like, oh, my legs are cramped. I think I need to take a shit.
Right? Everyone who tries to come skate here when they wipe out, they like violently shit their pants and like empties all over the park.
Like, God, it's not a freaking ninja course. For being a skater, you don't burn that much calories as opposed to whatever.
I think you like. I don't know. I think you like do a lot of. I've never. Have you never seen a fat skater? Have you? Like for real though. Like I don't think I've ever seen one. Like, do they actually get fat? Or is it like a stuff? Or is it like a different? Like, or is it like a thing where like people who are fat just don't try to like ride skateboards? People who are relatively like thin or somewhat fit or healthy,
Yes.
they're the type of people who would try skateboarding. it's not like skateboarding makes you fit. It's just only fit people, sure, fitter young people will try it.
How much worse if you were a parkour? If you're doing parkour.
Parkour is like actually like really physically demanding, and if you
Yeah.
like try to run around and climb on shit, you will eventually get in shape. I
Yes.
imagine.
It's like
I
swinging
mean,
on monkey
honestly,
bars.
it's so easy to fucking hurt yourself doing that. So maybe that's like you need to train to be good at parkour. But
Yeah.
then again, training can just infer a lot of running and climbing on shit. So I don't know.
A lot of people died parkouring.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah.
Because like it's so easy to like to kill yourself or get seriously injured on such a short fall on concrete, which is generally where the parkouring is really happening.
It's a dangerous sport. Yep.
Yeah.
It's nice if you are flexible and are, you know, yeah. And if you've done like martial arts or whatever.
But when you're climbing on stuff, right? You are taking a life onto your own hands that you can like fall and hurt yourself. Or like,
Exactly.
climbing on a building, you fall off. Like that's, climbing on buildings, you fall off. So it is like dangerous.
Yeah, there goes one death, one recorded death, because he was parkouring up on like a scaffold, whatever.
He died as he lived, climbing on shit he probably wasn't supposed to.
He did a backflip and then just backflip to the ground.
He somersaulted into the grave.
Yeah. You know, if you're doing that, I recommend like using I don't know braces, whatever brace. So just in case you fall off, at least you are saved, right?
I don't know. Like, that's the other thing about parkouring is that like you're specifically like on like like property basically. So like it's spaces that weren't meant to be climbed basically is what you're climbing on. And so there's not like a set of safety features that can be put on stuff. And at the same time, probably climbing on stuff that you don't own and it's either public or someone else's property. The idea of installing safety features is silly because you don't own it. You can't just make whoever owns it or the property probably doesn't want you on there anyway. And you wouldn't have the right to put in safety features even if you wanted to, basically. Someone would probably tell you to fuck off and stop climbing on my shit. It's probably, or the city will say, stop climbing on city property. You're being an asshole. When you die, we're gonna get in trouble over it. We're mad at us. So I imagine.
Unless you sign a waiver.
I don't know. That's like a terms of service thing. Terms of service is not actually legally enforceable, and like the city saying we're not responsible if you die on public property. I don't know. I think the family can still come and sue the city over that. I think, although I'm not really sure. There has to be like some kind of special thing, but I don't know.
Gotta get your family involved and talk it over.
Listen, I'm gonna climb on the Eiffel Tower, and if I fall off and kill myself, I don't want you to sue anyone for money.
Nah.
Why not, asshole? Maybe you want to fucking maybe like why are you trying to fucking rip the bag out of our hands before we get a chance to grab it?
That would be so dumb.
It's just like fucking someone falls off the state capitol trying to climb on it. Man, it was so hard. We mourned him and just thought of his memory. And then there's a look on the news and his family won $5 million for after suing the city for because he climbed for the courthouse and died. It's like, God fucking damn it, we could have had $5 million over this asshole falling off of the Capitol building. But no, we had to grieve and feel bad about him dying. Fucking bag fumble on our part. God damn it. just like just being like normal people about it, but then just getting pissed at yourself when you see someone else like make money doing the same, suing over the same stupid thing.
Over a stupid act.
Just like what, like fucking major bag fumble right there.
Who said it was meant for climbing?
Well, again, that's the point of parkour. Is you're climbing on stuff you're not supposed to be climbing on.
Exactly. When did parkour became invented? Like recently, right?
I think it's kind of recent. It's like a French thing.
A French
I
thing?
think it was like I think it was like Parisians started like Parisian youth started climbing on on buildings and architecture and sort of like jumping and running around on it.
Is this because of Prince of Persia? But
Um, when was Prince of Persia made actually?
1990.
You know what I would that sounds about right. It sounds about the time that people started when it became a thing. But you know what, people climbing on buildings and running around is like on in like an urban environment is like old. It's probably as old as cities actually. So I don't know if like maybe like the thing that's called maybe like the people started calling it parkour like recently. I feel like that's like a really old thing.
It's a really old concept, but it was modernized later on.
Yeah, I think like the modern thing of parkour being like a sport with that particular name.
Because for me, I haven't heard about parkouring until you remember Ryan Higa? You know that YouTuber Ryan Higa? Nigga
I
Higa?
don't know the unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that's where I started seeing it for the first time from his channel.
Oh, okay.
And that was like 2014-ish? I forgot.
I remember being in middle school and there was a kid who was actually Filipino. Actually, I didn't. It didn't occur to me now.
Trying to parkour?
Yeah, he wore those like weird like glove shoes, those foot glove shoes, and he would like run around and jump and clamber onto buildings and like concrete like stairwells and shit. He would do the parkour thing.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I know.
Where, in the playground?
It like in the playground. There's sort of like yeah, there's like a stair like cases that are like sort of like past concrete that like lead into like sort of like a classroom or the music room that's sort of like kind of below that's sort of like half in the ground sort of. It was weird. He would like take every opportunity to like climb on shit or jump over benches or whatever. His name was Jesse. That's not
His name is what? Jet?
His name was Jesse, I think.
Jesse?
Yeah, that's his name, Jesse. Yeah.
Do you still talk to him?
No, like everyone I met in school, I kept up. I like don't know. I like don't know. Remember any of them? Or that's not it. I'm sorry. Everyone in school that I've ever met or made friends with, I like basically stopped being friends with them at the end of the year. If I ever left school, I never contacted them again. Just I don't. There's no one who I went to school with that I remember or still or who. There's no one. There's no one who I ever kept contact with. So I just that's it. I think because I kept school or something, and like I didn't have the means or like the will to keep messaging them or whatever. I just never. I don't know.
But were they mostly good people?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
But like, you know, there's a certain point when you're going to school that like it's this weird and stressful and alienating environment. That,
I remembered in when I was in middle school, because I already owned Perfect Dark on the Nintendo 64. One of the guys I met during PE, he said, "Hey, can you beat Perfect Dark for me? Because I've been having trouble beating it myself." Like, okay, fine, I'll try.
You know what? I kind of I kind of get that impulse. But it's really funny to ask someone to do the game for you. You know what I mean?
And you know, back then, you could like exchange cartridges and then beat it for him. But for the Nintendo 64, I can't remember if because I had what do you call it, like Rumble Pack, where you
Yeah.
snap it on to, yeah, and then there's like a storage unit um where you can when you can just snap on to the back of the controller as well to save your files. I don't know
Right.
if the cartridges itself has its own save feature, and I was kind
Oh.
of worried about that because even though I beat it, it will probably be saved on my console and not the game itself,
Ah.
right?
Right.
Especially like looking back on the NES, maybe because cartridges, right?
Yeah.
You stick it in, it gets saved to your console. I don't know if it gets saved to your game itself. I don't know if it
Hmm.
has its built-in save function or feature.
Huh.
That was kind of hard to say, so I was kind of afraid of doing it, so I declined. So, um, in all, I think I'm glad I declined because if I beat it for him, the save feature would be saved on my console or the Rumble Pack.
You're afraid of it having it being getting getting overwritten,
Overridden,
and
yes.
you lose your own progress.
Right. So,
Okay.
yeah, that was kind of nice try kind of thing.
Yeah.
But if it did, I would have accepted that.
Hmm.
But then
Yeah.
again, consoles nowadays you can whatever.
Yeah. Essentially, your progress is like
Right.
how much of a lot of your progress it can be saved on the cloud basically. The
Right.
cloud save as long as it's
But
connected
but
to
but
your.
then here's the catch though. It's like I'm gonna. Hey, can you beat this game for me? Would it be saved on the disc?
Oh God.
Would it? Or would it be saved on the frickin' cloud storage for each console? Xbox or PS5?
Well, it would have to be your. It had to be your. It had to have to be your hard drive
Yes,
or your account.
exactly.
So if it's linked to your account, then it's just get that progress is going to stay under. So like the copy of the game
Does
doesn't
not
have.
interfere with. Yes.
So like so if someone gives you a disc, you I
That.
already have a copy of this game. This isn't
Yes.
going to do anything. You're just not going to be able to play it for a little while.
That is nothing.
That would be really funny if like he says, "Hey man, can you like play Perfect Dark Zero for me and beat it? I can't beat it. You just take it. You already have a copy. You already have a copy of the game for your 360. And you just like beat it on your own console, and you just like give him back the disc. Says, yeah, I beat it. It was really hard. It's just you just basically take his copy of the game and just play it on your own time, and he just can't play it. Yo, dude, I beat it for real. Sick.
Exactly. It's like I don't think so.
You know what? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't get what would be the point of like asking someone to beat a game for you. You know what I mean? Because I get the idea of like wanting to like basically have like a save on your game that basically says you completed the game, basically.
Right.
But like, what's for why? Like, why would you want that? Like, I understand. Like, I would honestly cheat or like help get someone to help me earn an achievement, right?
Exactly.
Like an Xbox achievement, because those are like permanent and on your account, and it's a
Exactly.
nice thing where it's like completely finished on your Xbox account. Oh, that's nice. Finally
But
complete.
you know what's satisfying of them all though?
What?
Cheats.
Oh my god.
Like have you noticed like modern day games don't have cheats?
No, they don't because so many of them are like so tightly controlled. Based like honestly, games,
Uh huh.
most games like they're not even like on the disc anymore. They're downloaded via the internet. You basically seem like you need an internet connection to like actually fucking download it to actually play a game. Essentially, to download it.
So it's freaking hard to like if I wanna remember GoldenEye, right? You have
Yeah.
DK mode where you can play as a freaking big head, small body, like a monkey.
Yeah, because it was easier to mod the game basically.
Yeah.
I don't want to say easier, but you could because it wasn't connected to the internet. You can just if you had access to the console, you could access the game software and its cartridge, and so you can mod it. But now, if it's like locked on a platform, and most of the game is just sort of like in your hard drive or attached to your account, actually modding it is difficult without cracking the entire console and having like a complete cracked copy of the game and sort of messing with it. But it's always being monitored or checked basically by the publisher or by the platform. So
Mm-hmm.
like modifying your game and getting away with stuff like that is basically impossible unless you're just doing it on your PC and you're like dealing with entirely cracked code games.
I think that's what I miss with old games. Just the cheats.
Yeah, the closest thing now is mods. Mods are the modern cheats because they're like basically they allow you to modify the game in various different ways, and that's really what a cheat does. Then it allows you to modify the game in its standard configuration and make it do things it doesn't normally do, right? But today when you if you want like big head mode in the game, you can download a mod and it will put in the big head thing. But it's never like integrated or built into the game. So
or
and of course mods depend on publisher support or platform support. That's the other problem.
oh yeah, and if you, I guess like there are still some games that have cheats, but if you enable them, you will lose Steam achievements.
Yeah, that's right. Mods basically mean you can't because with achievements, that's the other thing. With achievements, now there there's a reason why you should limit odds or cheats is because they can you can cheat achievements and by basically making the game easy or by
Right.
changing it. And so now they actively have to control modifications to the game to prevent you from cheating. And online games mean that you cannot have any control over the way the game functions because um, if you're playing a free-to-play shooter, for example, you need people to think the game is fair, so they spend money on it. And now there's like a structural and monetary incentives for not letting you modify games. Because live services, you absolutely cannot control how the game works. Because if you can cheat in items, then you're not going to spend money. That's going to spend money on items or cosmetics or whatever. If you're playing an online game, then like they need you to like not cheat, so people will play the game or buy it if you play multiplayer. And if it's single player, they don't want you to cheese achievements. They have to also keep track of how you're modifying the game and make sure to shut those things off when you do. So like there's like an incentive to control the configuration of games or to monitor the configuration of video games today. You'll never get the package cheats like you used to, and there's always something up when you do when you modify a game. So yeah, I kind of see what you mean, but it's also you also got can see like how or why it's happening with that, you know.
Yeah. You know what's funny though? I still have my cheat book.
You have your cheat book. That
Yeah.
sounds pretty.
For all platforms from 2003, I think.
Hmm.
So like popular games before 2003.
Hmm. Okay.
Oh, I miss the nostalgia though.
This does sound pretty cool.
Having to
Do we have
walk
anyone
into
watching,
K
by
and
the way?
B's. Huh?
Do we have anyone watching?
Which one?
Do we
Oh,
have anyone watching our stream?
oh. No.
Okay.
I mean,
Do we have...
maybe, but nobody has commented.
Oh, okay. I actually checked the YouTube video for our last PowerWash stream, and it got like 30 views within 15 hours. Which I wasn't expecting it. Those are like kind of large numbers. Your WoW vids can get into like the hundreds, or get close to 100. I know when you ended up like having someone spawn in a what was his name?
We
The dinosaur thing?
we
Crush. When you ended up like getting someone to help spotting King Crush.
Oh,
that
yeah.
Got 90 views on it.
Uh-huh.
So I was thinking like we got like 30 for that last one. Just kind of trip. And here's a new one. A like. Someone liked the last PowerWash video we did.
Nice.
And I thought, who was that? Who was the person who liked the video? Because no one put a like on your King Crush video. And like those are arguably that those like absolutely have more people watching them tuning in. So it's weird. I wonder what the difference is.
Oh.
But then again, it's one person clicking a like button, so maybe it's not that bad. You know what I mean?
Or maybe because of the title.
I don't think I'm a major draw of your videos, to be honest. But we're just playing PowerWash.
I mean for like the WoW video.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like wow,
glitch, right?
Someone glitching or spawning in King Crush,
Yeah.
or doing something like that, noteworthy for other people to play WoW. So that makes sense. But
Right. Huh. I don't know. It was cool though.
it was pretty cool.
And very much appreciated.
Yeah.
It took me forever to find King Crush.
And now he is yours.
After 12 years.
How much is he worth, do you think?
5K.
5,000 gold?
If you want him to spawn it.
Oh, so the guy was spawning in King Crush for 5,000 gold coins.
Yeah, like an instance place.
Interesting.
I don't know how he does it.
Catch him within that instance, or like, so would there be a thing where like you only have one shot per instance, and you would have to pay him another 5,000 to try again? Is that a thing?
So, okay, I don't know how he did it or how he does it. He just made like an open world instanced.
Right.
I don't know how. And that's how he managed to spawn the elites.
Okay.
Because usually that place in Wrath of the Lich King is open world, so anybody can just go in there.
Right.
Right?
But you can make an instance where it's just you and him occupying it.
So in order for him to make it instanced, I don't know. I have no idea. It's probably a hack. Because
or he's a GM who's like doing shit he probably shouldn't be doing.
Maybe, I don't know. But it's either a GM or a hacker, like what Envy said.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you know, if you play RuneScape, right?
Right?
Or when you played RuneScape that one time, imagine if that place was instance and then a lot of elites just spawned.
Okay.
And it's an open world, so I mean, you're literally just walking through. You're just minding your own business until something happened.
Right.
Why am I getting PvP'd?
Oh yeah.
Right?
Right.
Yeah. So um, same kind of situation, but for the love of God, I don't know how he made that instance when anybody can just go and walk and, you know, normal questing and all.
I guess it makes well. You know. Well, I know that like players who go to the same place on the map won't always appear to each other in the game because like even groups of people there are different. The overworld is across many instances. If everyone was playing WoW, if everyone who was playing WoW at any given time were actually on the same map or the same instance, it would just be absolutely overflowing with people, and it would be unplayable in this place. But even the overworld is instant, and all the people sharing it are like part of like a self-contained continuum where you're not
So
going to interact with every person who is in the who is playing WoW in the same place at the same time.
so the only place that can be instanced where you can see other people from other servers as well are like some major cities, you know, like
Right?
safe cities. Orgrimmar is a safe city, but it is, I don't think it's instant where you could see other players from other servers. So I think that's excluded. Um, like oh man, I can't think of my head. Like a neutral city where you can see like also the alliance side of things.
Okay, that makes sense because as you would want a city to look full and populated. You want as many players as possible to be visible to each other when you're in a city. And it doesn't
Right.
affect gameplay at all. You're not just gonna be like mobbed and attacked by every person who wants to PvP or something like that, or
Because
it's not going to like fuck up every mob while you're trying to play and kill mobs too. So
because you know, like what he did after I finished taming, everything went back to like normal.
Hmm. Interesting.
But I managed to keep the tames.
That's really interesting. I
Yeah.
mean, so it's something I would ask: is there a risk of you getting banned over that?
If you are not the GM, yes.
Okay.
But
Well,
because
I mean, like the guy could for doing the spawn for the instance of spawning in elites. I imagine he could get banned. But could
yes,
you get
would I get banned? No,
banned? Okay.
because I am not part of because I'm not the one that's initiating the thing.
Okay, so you, it's it's like it's like if it's like you don't get thrown in jail for possession or usage, but you do get in trouble for distribution.
Yes.
So if you received hacked items or if you're like receiving hacked items, they might take it away from you or something like that. But like if you just like manage to get a mount by through a taming process, there's not really a way for them to tell whether it was someone spawned you in an instance to get it. It's code wise, it's the same either way. It's
And
just like what circumstances you were able to do it in.
and on top of
The
that,
hacking or instancing was done by someone else. So
and also on top of that, the guy said, I've been doing this for 12 or almost 15 years, and I've done great service, but I don't know that.
yeah,
I'm a freaking stranger to you. I can't believe you. Yeah.
yeah, like literally, you just gotta take my word for it because you can't verify that.
But if he's been doing that for for like a decade or a little bit over a decade, and he's not getting caught doing it, maybe he could be a GM. I don't know.
I, I would I would think I would think that would be a solid thing. He's just someone who likes to play WoW a lot and who just sells the ability to like to instance your ass into a king crush.
And he has multiple accounts, so I don't know if that means something, or is he trying to get away with the law? I don't know.
I, I think that's just a way for him to like to do ban evasion. As long as he knows how to do the hack and get people instance people in their beliefs to tame them, he always has a means of earning money. So even if he like loses count all the gold,
Right.
you can just use the same you can use the same like hack to acquire more gold very quickly by selling basically the opportunity to get mounts to get rare mounts.
Yes, I feel like that's more reasonable.
Yeah, I think that seems like what's going on.
But he,
So
at least,
essentially, it's just very easy for him to do ban evasion and then acquire his gold again.
I guess that's how he makes his money. Maybe he's probably 10 million gold rich because of the service he's providing.
Yeah,
So that's why nobody's reporting him, because he's actually being truthful. But I didn't know that until, how am I supposed to trust you?
yeah, they can, because all you basically could do is just like hand over the gold and he would do it. But he could have just like fucking he could have just fucking ran off. You never see him again with that $5,000.
And also, if you did, I would have reported him,
All right.
because he just scammed me. I could report him for a scam.
Important scam.
Yeah, you know, like in RuneScape, you got that option to report someone if they're scamming you.
Yeah.
In WoW, you get that same, kind of the same thing, but you explain yourself. So there'll be like a text. So what happened? Explain.
Oh god, man.
And then you just type in this character's name, blah blah blah, from the server you're on, saying blah blah blah. He said he was gonna do this to me, but I never got it in return. So he stole my 5K or whatever. So he was faking it, and then yeah, Blizz would reply to you back with a support ticket, and refund you with the gold.
Huh.
So their customer service is great. I actually like it. Whereas in RuneScape, you're fucked.
you're owed, dude.
So if you lose something or you get scammed, Jagex will not refund you.
Is there like a? I was gonna ask, like, is there like a premium like currency and stuff you buy in game?
For which, WoW or RuneScape?
Oh, RuneScape.
Yes, they're called bonds.
Bonds. Okay.
Yes.
I was gonna say that, like, well, I imagine the reason why RuneScape doesn't do the thing, is probably because they don't want to fuck up their in-game economy by having to respond to false scam, like reports, etc. Because is it possible for for that type of situation where someone could falsely report being scammed, and then for a refund of items or money they didn't have.
That's a hard say, because there's not a lot of instances where people did that, and for the bonds, right? It's like to redeem stuff mostly. In WoW, they're called tokens.
Okay.
But it's the most secured way to buying gold.
Okay.
So if you get scammed, okay, for instance, and you offered one token, one, okay, and then not token, but the bond. So let's talk about RuneScape, right?
Right.
If you offer one bond to a person, okay, because they'll be able to redeem. Oh shit, they're able to redeem 14 days worth of membership, so 2 weeks.
Okay.
That is about $10, $10 for one bond, like about $10. Okay,
Right.
so if you get if you trade that for a service they didn't provide, I think you can still reclaim that bond because that's your hard-earned money's worth. So I think Jagex and Blizzard, if it were the token side on WoW,
Right.
would look on that at any given matter, like ASAP, like red flags,
Right.
than in-game currency. Because if you sell that on the auction house, right, or the general exchange on RuneScape, they cost. It varies between because the exchange marketplace fluctuates up and down, well, like Dow Jones, right?
Yeah.
One bond is equal to about 3 to 8 mil.
That's quite a bit.
Yes.
It's a lot for like a million gold, right?
Yeah.
So that's quite a bit considering the fact that like you need what like let's say you need like how many did you need for 14 days?
Just one bond.
Okay, so like
So that's
like
$10.
for a million gold.
Yes.
That seems like quite a bit. Like, at
Right.
what point do you start earning enough gold to basically take a million in 2 weeks?
Oh, and also there's a difference between the prices as well. Old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3 bonds.
Of course.
um,
But like as far as like WoW goes, how long does it take to like start? How long does it take until you can get to a point where, like earn a million gold in game?
well, shit. It takes for me. It takes freaking forever. I'm not even. I haven't even reached 200,000 gold yet.
So like getting a million gold is like not feasible for most people in 2 weeks.
On WoW,
So
yes.
it's like wildly disproportionate. It's like in
Yes.
the gold, like the gold is literally not worth the token is literally not worth the time it
Exactly.
takes to normally. So in order to get that much money, you need a separate hustle or a way of earning gold that's not actually playing the game. And that's like what the token market is actually mostly.
Yes.
People
For-
hustling gold, and then buying subs, by buying subscription time by acquiring tokens.
And also for WoW, because it's so hard to make gold, especially on retail, even though it's faster and still feasible. That's why people make several accounts so they can farm every day.
Crazy.
Yeah, because once you farm dungeons, you get saved into dungeons, so you can't do it for like a week. So what do you do within that week once you finish doing your daily quests and your world quest and your daily dungeons? What else can you do? Because you get saved, and like if you do raids as well, if you're farming raids don't reset until the next week. So for me, like at our server, they reset every Tuesdays. So during that game time, once you finish doing your farming gold for that one specific tune, you still have other like separate tunes to work on. So that takes a lot of time.
So there's like a the most profitable things you can do playing the game normally, like the way you're supposed to,
Is train
is
your yeah, train
but
your
there's a
alternatives.
upper limit to how much you can earn because there's a mandatory amount of time you have to wait before going through a dungeon again.
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the thing. And there's a lot, and there's so much content. We're talking retail, right?
Right.
Retail. It's the expansions across Burning Crusade. So 14 years, almost 15 years worth of content.
That's quite a bit.
Yeah, you got those dungeons, and because of the recent updates, some of the stuff you farm in those dungeons and raids probably don't make up for for today's content. Because if I were farming older content, I wouldn't make much gold
Right. Like newer
selling.
content is basically accounting for a kind of inflation.
Right.
Right.
So they
So
used to
that
cost more back then, but now because everything depreciated, it's not worth doing old content. It's best to stick to like between 2 to 5 years worth of content to make it still feasible to vendor the drops you've gotten from the bosses you killed.
right.
Yes.
Like that's like an incentive. Yeah, that's an incentive to actually buy the expansions, isn't it? Is that like
Right.
that with an opportunity to the content will give you more gold
Exactly.
and
Or
will
and for RuneScape, it's based on skilling.
right.
Or if you can find people to dungeon and raid with, you can make a lot of money doing that way. Or every payday you can just buy bonds and then pray to the gods you'll be rich after like a few months or so.
I figured shit out. You know what? Like I bet I'm trying to think. Is there a way to like acquire like subscription time by playing the game in Final Fantasy 14?
Okay, because I haven't invested my time on FF14 that much. Uh, if we're saying WoW and RuneScape, yes, all you do is skill, skill, and then sell. So like almost every day, you're working your ass off.
You were doing a repetitive task and like acquiring item and then selling
Yes.
it.
So in RuneScape, because because it's 14 days, right? On
Right.
RuneScape, because you have that membership status, if you can get your agility level to 70, you can take the shortcut to the blue dragons in the dungeon, in the Taverley dungeon, and you can
Right.
farm you can farm the dragons in there, so you can range them constantly, non-stop. Set up a
Yeah.
cannon, do the quest for a dwarf's cannon, set up a cannon there, buy cannonballs at the Grand Exchange, and range, pick up the dragon bones and dragon hide, because they're 100% drops. Every drop
Right.
is a dragon bone guaranteed, and the dragon
Nice.
hide. And all you do is gather inventory's worth, put them in your bank, rinse and repeat. Run back, farm more dragons, rinse and repeat. And each dragon bone costs like 5k gold.
So my question is that like are you selling those dragon bones and hides to to NPC vendors or are you selling them to players?
You are selling them to the Grand Exchange.
So players are buying the dragon bones.
Yes, and they are server wide, so everybody can see them, and then they buy.
So you have all the most potential customers.
Yes,
So
and
what
remember, one
hides?
RuneScape, one RuneScape bond is about 2 to 5 mil. So within a few days, or if you can do it faster, you can make that money, that dough back up, and then buy another 14 days worth. Yeah, for WoW, it's a little bit tedious because the amount of gold farming. So for the best skills to make money out of is like mining, okay, mining and enchanting.
Right.
Because if you go across the world, um, and mine the ores, you can sell them at a hefty price. So the amount of gold, one WoW token is like 140,000 gold. Oh shit, that's too much. That's like
Right.
8 years worth of my freaking yeah. Yeah.
So
So
right.
in conclusion, yes, you can you can purchase membership via in-game if you can't afford it with your paycheck, right?
Right.
There's creative ways of doing it. You just need to learn the game more and invest your time in it more. Since I haven't
Right.
invested my time in Final Fantasy 14, I can't say. Um, Maybe some of my coworkers know, but
Yeah.
like in almost
There's
in
something,
like
if there's an equivalent to something like tokens or bonds, then
yes,
there theoretically there is, but it's how easy or practical it is a different discussion,
right.
I guess.
So I guess there's a way of doing it in Final Fantasy 14 or just in any MMOs in general.
Yeah, but it's always going to be much harder,
Yes,
more tedious. That like the vast majority of people who just want to play the game will
right.
find it.
So it's like I have to work my ass off.
Yeah.
So like you're investing your game. I mean, you're investing your time on that game every day, like every minute, every second counts.
So like really, it's like the question is like, do you like this game? Do you like to grind in this game in a very specific way?
Yes, and
Then
and
and
a
that
lot
then
of people
you
do
play
it.
the game like that. But like if you want to do anything else other than than like the grinding that's required to like pay your sub by playing the game, then like there's no reason why you shouldn't do it. It's just not worth it.
Right.
You're not playing a video game.
And
You have a
it
job.
makes sense if
Don't
you
worry about that.
if you have a lot of time to spare and you're bored. Yeah, go for it. No one's stopping you.
Yeah. So I remember. Do you remember when we were playing 14 and we were like doing a lot of crafting?
Crafting. I don't remember.
I was doing a whole bunch of crafting, and I remember Carl mentioning that one of your friends who's playing FF14 with us said
Uh-huh.
something like, Carl said he thought you guys were crazy for like going so hard into crafting. And he said if you guys actually got far enough in, you could become rich and make so much money, going into crafting stuff. And
Uh,
I kept doing it because I love the grindy crafting thing. Like I actually found that it's fun personally, but
mm-hmm.
I just burned out because I played it so much. You know what I mean?
uh,
I tend to do that. I've been thinking about me going back into it and like picking up the crafting again. But I was wondering if like if you can actually have a job or a skill related to crafting you can get really good at, which one's going to make you more money and earning and what can you actually get by earning a lot of in-game currency? I know
right.
for example there's like a real estate market in the game, but if there's a way to just have a lot of valuable items and crafts and you get really good at stuff and like gather resources in the overworld. I'm thinking like what actually is the how quickly can you earn money and what can you actually get out of earning much money? If there's like
Right.
an equivalent to like the bonds and tokens, then you can buy subs theoretically,
Yes.
and you see how easy that is or like how practical it is relative to landscape and WoW. But
All,
also like what are the perks of having a shit ton of money in FF14 in comparison to RuneScape and WoW?
so on
Right.
WoW, right? On WoW, I think it's a lot harder to make money.
Right.
I mean, no. It's a lot. Yes, it's a lot harder to make money, and it's 2 weeks. So same thing with bonds, RuneScape bonds. It how will you make 180,000 gold within 2 weeks? How?
Yeah.
So
You
I
have
think
to hustle.
yeah,
You need that you need to like get it by not playing the game. You need to find a way to find a hustle or a hack
yeah,
or a reason for people to pay you gold. And
exactly,
that one guy's hustle is that he instances the elites for you for 5,000 for 5K gold.
exactly, because it takes
So
Man, can you believe that grind in dungeons and whatever farming just for 180,000 gold? 100. I'm not even close to 180 even, and it took me years to even get this high. I'm at I'm at like 168 right now.
That's funny because it kind of makes me think you could charge more gold for those elites.
Exactly.
Because 5,000 again, like 5,000 is like nowhere near the 100,000.
No way.
You'd have to like, instance like almost 100 people, or like dozens of people, just like get close to that, like to pay for a 2 week sub basically. And you have to basically consistently get like hundreds of people to pay for months basically.
Exactly. Is it?
So and it's limited by your ability to network with people and people's willingness to like give gold to a stranger.
At this rate, I'd rather just buy membership.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not worth sacrificing your ass to make 180,000 gold in 2 weeks. It's not possible, especially if you're starting out.
Yeah, exactly.
Because within 1 week, man, I can only get my character up to like level 40 in 1 week.
Yeah.
You're not even maxing out yet. You're just freaking starting out.
The one thing I'm actually interested in is like you're basically if RuneScape you're selling dragon bones and
Yeah.
hides for gold. And
Yeah.
WoW you're grinding for money and loot in the dungeon, and you can sell stuff. I mean you can sell stuff to Grand Exchange in WoW too.
Yes.
And in Final Fantasy, there's a lot of crafting and like craftable loot and equipment and buff items and stuff like that you can sell for money, so that people don't have to craft it. So there's a lot of ways of earning money. But
Oh,
what are to the Grand Exchange purchasing? So so players are going to be buying dragon bones and hides, right? That's how
Yes.
you can make money.
Do you know why they're popular?
Players doing with that stuff? Why are they buying it?
Do you know why dragon bones and hides are popular?
No, not at all.
Because dragon bones, they're popular. They are popular in training your prayer level.
Oh.
To get your level to 99, you need like I think it's like 200,000 bones. So of course you always make profit.
Oh, it assists with the grind.
Yes.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
It's always it's skill based. So yes, especially on WoW, you can make 100,000 gold if you are caught up with the content, and if you have the mats for them. And in order to get the mats for them, you gotta spend a chunky worth. But you make some profit as long as the armor you create or craft are up to a current patch.
So you have to be constantly.
Yes.
The armor is only valuable if it's the latest meta. The latest armor,
Correct.
the latest patch.
And on the auction house in WoW, I've seen like my upgrades, my male armor upgrades costing over $250,000. Dollars, a gold.
Yeah.
So that's a little pricey. And when Dragonflight comes out, that's BS. That will be outdated content, and I will not spend a freaking maybe like 500 gold, the latest.
Yeah. Like, and you only really spend it's valuable because it's the very top tier.
Exactly.
But because they're releasing new content, it's not top tier anymore.
Exactly.
So that's the whole store of its value. So it
That's
can
right.
really value the moment there's something just better than.
That's absolutely
It's
right.
not expensive because it's proportional to how rare or good it is. It's expensive because it is the payment, and the moment it's not, it's suddenly worth way less.
Yes.
Okay.
Just how depreciation works in real life. Same thing.
Well, no, because depreciation because cars are worth less because they decrease in use value. An old car is worth less money because it's more likely to be broken or have outdated parts or without a warranty or harder to service. The van we bought on post is worth a couple $100 because there wasn't a lot of time left on its lifespan. It was going to fail or break down at some point in the near future. So it appreciates in value because its potential use value is much less. But um, but the armor in WoW is weird because its use value is exclusively through the game, and it does it deflects or reduces damage, but it depreciates in value because it's not the best, right? It's not, it doesn't scale with its damage reduction or anything like that. It's not going to break in a way that's going to be permanent in a way like a car is, but instead it is the best or it's not, and its relative use doesn't even scale with its price. It is exclusively, it is best in the meta or it's not, and that's it. So it's a little bit different than real life depreciation because it lacks the actual the factor of use value that things like cars or homes have, which is, or rather, sorry, I guess a mobile home is better, something like that. 'Cause mobile homes depreciate in value because they're old and shitty, and they're hard to maintain, and they break in a way that a normal house appreciates because acquiring land and the houses they're on is harder and harder as time goes by. And land in a house is always useful because you need to be housed all the time. But something like a mobile home depreciates because it's built poorly. It is not tied to the land, and it's not tied to any plot of real estate or land it's on, and it's more likely to age, break, and rot, and so therefore it's going to become less useful in the future and more expensive to maintain as well. So that's the reason why things like that depreciate. Um, Maybe fashion might be a good example of it. An actual collector item. Sorry, not maybe fashion, not but collector items, collectibles. They're valuable as long as people want them and they're scarce. For the moment they're not scarce anymore, they're not valuable anymore. Or if they're not new, something can be valuable because it's brand new. The moment it's not valuable anymore. And so its value is incredibly relative to marketing and fads. And in a weird way, although armor, top tier armor, is useful, it's only valuable because it's new, because of the way they roll out content. So you have this weird mix of sort of a faddish sort of value of being new, but also mixed in is sort of use value of a set of armor in a video game. So it's kind of fucked up and weird in a way, and it depreciates in value in a way that real commodities or tools or assets, they don't depreciate in the same way because they're subject to different logic as opposed to items in a video game. I went on a huge rant, but I don't know. It fills time, I guess. While we're playing this game, where we don't have to think too hard, so we can just ramble whatever. Does that make sense? Is there any logic to what I'm saying?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay. I know it's this shit really quick. So,
I mean, you're not wrong there, but that's how I see it, though.
I mean, it is. I think you are right that like depreciation, there's sort of like a natural line of depreciation. Uh, but like for whatever reason, I'm too much of a goddamn Marxist to like actually.
Because see, like every time a new patch comes out, new content comes out as well. So
Yeah.
so still, the armor will still depreciate every time a new patch comes out.
No, no, that's absolutely true. I think that is a feeds into the thing I said about like
Yeah. So in a way,
reverse sort of relationship between
yeah.
uh,
So
value because it's new
yeah.
and
So still, in a in a way, it's still depreciation still kind of makes sense as well.
you know what? Actually, you're right because if the armor is good for its use value, then it's only as useful as like at relative to the content in the game.
Yes, because
So
in accounting, right? In accounting, uh,
yeah,
property, plant, and equipment always depreciates. Any assets you own, they no matter what, because as soon as if you buy a new car, once it leaves the car shop, where yeah, like Toyota, the dealership, I mean,
yeah,
it automatically depreciates.
yeah.
That's it. No, price not going back up either.
Unless in the distant future where the vehicle is a collectible, where there is a secondary market.
Yeah, I feel like
But a dealership is never going to purchase a car back from you from a similar price.
so on like a few YouTube videos, like on the news, like a local news station,
Right.
this car owner, right? It's always
Right.
Lexus, okay? The Toyota brand, the Toyota logo.
Yeah.
He reached 1 million miles, okay?
Wow.
1 million, and the whole odometer like reset itself back to
It
zero.
rolled over to zero. It actually did that.
Yes. He presented back to his dealership from the same guy who sold that same car to him 20 years ago.
Oh my god.
You know what happened?
What
you know
happened?
what? You know what happened?
What happened?
He gave. Okay, so it was a Lexus, right?
Right. Luxury car.
Yes, and in return, he gave out the 2021 or 22 Lexus of the same. It's not the same. It's not the same name anymore because of 20 years, right?
It's the same. The Lexus of the same product line of same line of cars.
It's the same lineup, yes. It's just not right.
It's
Exactly.
the current line of the same car.
Correct. For free.
Wow.
Okay. So in return, he did not lose any money, or in return, he made some more money.
Nice.
And because he kept it nice and fresh, like every day when he drove it, no accidents, okay? He was always aware of his surroundings.
So essentially, he basically like gave him a brand new car so he can sell the old one again.
Well, I don't know what the dealership did to his old car, but yeah, they traded it.
But that makes a lot of sense because like that's now because that's a 20-year-old luxury car. It's like rare now.
Exactly.
Because while an old car might depreciate because it has less use value, a really old car that's very nice is scarce in a way that it wasn't before. So now
Yes.
there's a different market dynamic that can apply to it that changes the way it's valued.
Exactly, and those parts are not available today.
Exactly, they're like
They're
they're
rare.
old proprietary parts that, and if you want to restore a, your old luxury car, the value, you're not going to be able to get it. So the value of these old luxury cars like a Lexus is now tied to the fact that the parts itself are scarce. So
Exactly.
so even if the car, even if no one wants the car, they someone who has a Lexus might definitely want the parts. So it's valuable in many different ways.
Exactly. Because I also saw this video of like this enthusiast. He wanted to restore um, this 1950s Chevy, I think,
Hmm.
and the parts are no longer in stock. So he had to like um,
He had to fabricate them, didn't he?
so thankfully he saw one owner who had a similar so the body and all that in his garage because his dad used to so he had to travel over like maybe a few hundred miles over to that location and go into his garage and look what he found.
He found a part.
hole hole in below, there you go. A replica.
Really?
Yes.
Not the original car, a replica of the car.
A replica body. Yes.
Oh,
Because the old one was all dented up.
right.
Yeah. And it's so rusty that yeah, it's no longer restorable. So in order to fully restore the car,
The metal that used to make up the body has turned into rust, and there's no turning it back
yes,
into the metal.
it's like trying to restore the Titanic.
It's all rust.
Yes.
Like the iron that it used to be made out of is now been oxidized and it's been turned into rust. There's no getting that metal back. It's in the ocean now,
Yes.
floating around. Yeah,
Right.
right. There was something interesting though that I find fascinating is that you talk about old cars. Um, Cuban car mechanics are like very valuable because of the embargo on Cuba. There's like no one is allowed to export any materials or for any reason like, commercially to Cuba. Right. So in Cuba you can't import car parts or brand new cars. They can't import building materials, anything. Right. So that means they can't get the new cars that they need for like trucks or like any kind of transportation or anything.
So they're
So they
still
have
relying on old content.
vehicles. So when they break down or get old, what are they supposed to do? Well, Cubans managed to figure out how to basically mine and refine ore to get the correct type of steel that was used in their trucks, and they were able to machine and recreate old parts brand new on their own. So you have like these multi generational tradition of Cuban car mechanics who can manufacture their own parts out of blocks of steel using basic or outdated power tools. So you have this thing where like, well, yeah, you can't. The original manufacturer doesn't make this car anymore, and the parts are incredibly rare. But if you have a Cuban mechanic, they can take raw materials like steel and will completely manufacture new parts for old vehicles that their manufacturer aren't producing anymore. So how does that affect the value of classic cars and parts? If someone can just know how to build old cars out of new materials,
Right.
by hand. So that's a fascinating thing about that type of market.
So the Cubans they're still using like 50s cars, right?
Yeah, they can just completely create a fifth car out of power tools and like and raw and like steel. You can like rebuild an entire engine by hand, essentially. But it's I find that really fascinating. But like, yeah. So, but that's kind of the other thing is that like value. There is, I think there is like a reason why cars immediately depreciate in value the moment you buy them, and I feel like it's kind of by design because like because like the thing is about it that like for car dealerships, they don't just make money by selling cars, they make money by servicing debt. Because most people don't buy cars with cash or checks outright and then just own the car. Almost everyone is buys the car with borrowed money, and they're basically having to they're making payments. So dealerships in particular aren't don't make money by selling cars, so to speak. They make money by servicing debt and collecting interest on cars that they they've lent to you. You know, they own the car until you pay it all off, essentially, and you're paying interest on top of the value of the car itself. So, uh, so the idea of like the idea that like they would they would buy a car back for a similar amount of money is kind of it's just there's no reason for if like if they have like a nice high quality well maintained car and you sell it back to them, they're gonna buy it for less than what you gave them for it, because there's no reason to do that. They want to make money or make a profit off of every car they sell, so everyone has to agree that the car loses value irrespective to its actual damage or wear or how well it's maintained. Sure, like a damaged car or a poorly maintained car is an excellent excuse to like call it appraise it for to like appraise it at a low value, right? But the reality is that anyone who is actually uh, buying and selling cars like a dealership is, they all have to kind of agree that a car loses value once you purchase it and roll it off.
Right.
They're the ones who will ultimately price it. They're the ones who decide how they're going to spend their money and what they're willing what rate they're willing to like lend money for car payments. You understand what I'm talking about? Like a lot of the depreciation is entirely a social construct. You know what I mean? It is something that is decided by people of how things depreciate or how they appreciate value, and the people who decide are generally those who actually profit and have control over these prices and these interest rates. You know what I mean? The dealership um, decides what it wants to buy your or what price it wants to buy your car off you, and also decides what price they want to sell it to you. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
also
because there's a
decides,
marketing strategy right there.
yeah, also decides interest rates of like what it's willing to lend money to people, right? And so depreciation, in a certain sense, is made up by those who are selling cars and then buying used cars to resell them um, or to like basically give them out to people who are going to be in debt to the dealership. Because in a lot of cases, dealerships again make make profit by servicing debt and not by necessarily selling cars. Uh, and so I think in a lot of cases, depreciation is kind of a made up thing, or it's like the way things depreciate in value is entirely decided by people who are profiting off of the phenomenon. I don't know. I like that. That's how I feel about it. That there's an arbitrariness to it, but because certain people or certain industries sort of control these industries, they get to decide how how things decline in value and how they appreciate in value. and so it is
Mhm.
sort of made up in a sense. But we all kind of have to act as if it is totally real. And housing is a similar thing because, like in California, for example, a lot of zoning and like means that like makes it so that a lot of residential zoning laws means that you can only build houses that are single family detached. So like how, and of course we know that real estate is very expensive in California. So buying a home and the land on it is very expensive, and it houses very few people relative to its cost and the amount of like land it's on. And so what that means is that housing remains really scarce and very expensive, despite the fact there's a lot of land that has been developed in California. It's so underutilized on purpose that if you own a house there, you can charge ridiculous rents because there's no competition. There is no like surplus of housing. You can just charge really high rents in line with all the landlords around you, and no one's going to make you bring down your rents because there's no reason. There is a kind of a cartel a cartel of landlords who all agree that they're going to raise rents at every opportunity they can and not lower them, basically. So the so they get together and they elect politicians or they lobby for laws that make it harder to build mass housing or cheap housing. You get whenever there's a home going to be built somewhere, you get those types of people protesting its construction. When there's an apartment block that's trying to be developed, they protest the apartment block because they don't want these block of bulk housing. They want a handful of very expensive, smaller houses taking up valuable real estate. Because they don't want competitors to in the housing market, in the rentier economy. And so you have these people who are like basically landlords, completely shaping, controlling the housing market to their own benefit, right? And they prevent any fall in the price of housing, in the value of land, and they prevent any fall in rents. And it's because it's exclusively to their benefit. So you can basically shape the living situation, the entire state of 10 million people, if you just secure the right act. And those types of people who are collecting rents and who are like flipping houses and selling them at profit, or collecting rents off of whatever, like or borrowing money, using their house as collateral. Um, they want their houses to appreciate in value forever and never fall in price. So if you if you have a, if you have these commercial landlords or like a cartel of smaller landlords, they're going to conspire to make sure that the value of property itself never depreciates or falls. And the way they do that is to make it harder and more expensive for people to actually house themselves, so that they can have maximum leverage to charge their prices, or to charge their rents to sell the houses, and then they remain very valuable collateral you can borrow a lot of money off of. And of course, as long as it keeps appreciating in value, it's not going to be a problem for if it's on borrowed money. You know what I mean? It's made up. It's entirely controlled by like a ruling class of people, one way or another. And it's because the socialist projects in the past, the government just built houses according to like need, and then they would build a surplus. So there was always empty houses and apartments in any given city. So it's easy for people to move and go to different places to live. And of course, because there's no housing market, building a house is the most expensive part. Acquiring land is relatively easy. It's not arbitrarily expensive. and as long as if you like build apartment blocks and complexes, you can actually maximize the usage of the land. So all of these things would basically mean that any real estate market at current form can't actually demand high rent or sell land for money because the government is constantly introducing new housing stock into the market and renting it out or selling it for super cheap or giving away for free. That kind of stuff means that housing has zero value market wise, but that's not actually, as far as utility, housing is invaluable. You need housing, it's incredibly important. But you can create a situation where people aren't really paying a whole lot for it, like personally. They need it. It doesn't necessarily mean they have to pay out the nose for it every month. They just gotta put in enough money to have the state maintain it. And voila, you kind of you don't need a market for something like housing. And it kind of shows that many markets, like the housing or real estate market, are entirely fake and have to be maintained by force of the law, more or less. That was a weird stream of concept, but that's basically the end of my point.
Hunter, look at the middle of the.
Hunter loves Carl's Jr. You could really go for some Carl's Jr. right now.
Right?
I'm serious. I'm fucking hungry for Carl's Jr. now. I'm pissed. How could you do this to me? What is it right here? FENPE. What is this?
I have no idea.
You're the one who painted this on here. What does it say?
It kind of washed out.
It says FENP, and then what's supposed to come after that?
N.
Okay, well I'm washing it out. You don't care. Neither will I.
Why we're graffitiing our own thing?
It's not if you're technically removing something and not adding it on.
We're creating graffitis out of the dirt.
It's like it's anti-graffiti. You're not spraying something on, you're spraying something off and creating a message.
And it creates a message. No, that one is one of the viewers' name.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Fen.
Hello, Fen. I hope you're enjoying the stream.
Yes.
Has anyone commented yet?
What was that?
Has anyone commented yet?
Nope.
They're just like watching in complete silence. Their eyes just sort of like half open, just staring into the screen. Their arms at their sides, just like they're like their legs and back is making a perfect right angle against each other.
Well, that makes sense if they live in our time zone, but if they don't, then they're like, this looks very appetizing. I would like to buy this game too. You know what? We could probably play 3 players if Finicky Carl would join us.
I don't know if he wanted to get on. I think he finds this boring.
Probably.
Like he needs like he needs like a game that's like actively engaging him. I think this is too passive.
I guess if we're bored out of our minds one night together, we can probably 3-player this.
Yeah.
But not the campaign mode, because campaign is only up to 2 players.
Yeah, we could do like the free play stuff. Yeah.
So we want the whatever is in the main menu.
Oh, Overcooked.
Huh?
Overcooked is a co-op game where you work together to like make food especially in the kitchen. It's
Does it actually teach you how to cook?
no, it's just you do things like chop up meat for like vegetables or fruit or whatever, or you have to like you add them into like a steam pot and you have to like get them off the pot when it's done before they burn and you have to like wash dishes. But it's a game that you basically have to like quickly serve up food by like going through the steps of like making the food without burning everything down or like letting it spoil or like making sure you have enough you can actually like do all the things fast enough. Hey, it's I don't know why I'm not explaining very well, but basically it's a co-op game that's kind of chaotic and fast paced but like fun, and you can play with like up to 4 people or more. And the reason why I bring that one is because that one's engaging and it's also something that your sister would actually might join us to play. She has expressed interest in playing that game.
Right.
I think Finicky would try it too, but
I don't think I even own it yet.
a version of the game we all own, a copy of the game we all own.
The
Too, but
and also the back rooms.
Yeah, that's right. There's the back rooms. We could call it that one too. I don't know if would she come in for that one. I don't know.
Who?
Maybe she. It's kind of like a movie.
Oh, Jaws.
The back rooms are like a meme in and of themselves, and they're like the subject of like internet ghost stories and TikTok. So maybe your sister might find it interesting.
Maybe.
Because she has been saying that she's been like watching ghost like story content and like ghost video stuff. So maybe she would actually find back.
I guess so.
Yeah. How's she been doing, by the way?
She said she's been busy. Yeah, right.
Well, I know she said once, but have you like talked to her again since then? She keeps saying she's busy.
Yeah, I actually snuck up to her room and returned some items. And she's just drawing on her tablet.
Well, yeah, that's her being busy.
But last time it was YouTube when she said that.
What was the YouTube video of?
Let me think. I don't know because it's not a documentary. It's just like a random video.
Oh,
it's like if I were.
It's really important you like remember these details so you can actually make a judgment on what it is.
You know, it's like one of those videos where you're bored out of your mind, so you just watch something random. Well, what I do is I watch like what is his name? Lazy Video Game Reviewer. LGR. So it's like one of those random videos I don't even know about.
Was it like a tutorial?
It's like one of those videos where this Asian lady like goes into and makes like authentic food like on her pot.
Okay, I think it's like watching like one of her like sort of like this like little sort of like artisanal like cooking videos.
Yeah, well, like based on like, and she's she's taking care of her like mom or whatever or her family in like in Asia, so she's making food out of scratch, like rice out of not like rice with the rice cooker, like cooking rice.
Right.
Well, like handmade.
Yeah, that's what, okay. So that's restaurant relaxing. But you know what? That's like something she has to do too. Like I know that sounds silly, but like when you're in social situations, like I think me and Carl also feel this, and just your sister. Whenever like we hang out with people or around time to not be around people to decompress. It's part of kind of being introverted. It's just that not that you don't want to be around people to talk to them, but you literally need to like stop and sort of like decompress and not talk to people for a while. And sort of do your own calming thing in between like meeting up with people. You know what I mean?
Oh, you
But
know
she has
how long I've been doing that for? Like ever since the 2000s, like even before middle school, because I didn't trust people in middle school. They're all bullies.
yeah.
So
Right.
I was so introverted at the time
Yeah.
until like my sophomore in high school,
Mm.
and that's where I started coming out.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not slowly coming out, like a turtle's pace, because
You know,
I didn't want to be bullied and all that, or just try not to get into fights, right? To be more
yeah.
likable. Because in middle school I was like a huge nerd, so they picked on me.
Uh, yeah.
And then remember when we came home one night that Sunday, we saw cops show up the door. So I guess that shot kind of rang out from one of my bullies in school,
Ooh.
because that's all I could think of. And
So a school bully actually like fire a gun at your house?
yeah,
Holy shit.
yeah. Because who else would have done that? I don't know
I don't-
anybody else in the freaking apartment complex.
I mean, to be honest, it could have just been an accident. It wasn't targeted. Just someone was like negligently firing a gun. It's like, I don't.
But why would it be like straight on into our bedroom window? Like, how do you? It's so freaking dangerous. What if we were sleeping that day, and then a bullet just bounced off and hit us? Oh shit!
That's really awful. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm like, hell no. We're getting out of here. Fuck you all.
I'm getting the fuck out of here.
And I'm so glad we never came back. Fuck that shit. So-
I don't feel safe.
Yeah. The only friend I trust, and he still lives down there in Oakland. He was a nerd too, but I don't know what I think he was an introverted nerd, whereas I was extroverted until I got bullied type of nerd. So I was outgoing. I was, you know, just learning new things. I was adventurous.
Mm-hmm.
And because a lot of kids saw me or depicted me the wrong way, I would often get bullied. I mean,
That sucks, man.
so, and then one of the bullies said, "If you tell on me again, I'm gonna beat the hell out of you."
Yeah.
And then that was the time period where I kind of took like, I forgot, a couple months of karate, because there was a karate school opened up around the corner, but sadly that didn't last long, and well, one, relocation, but before that my mom said, "Oh, too violent."
Oh, she didn't want you fighting at all.
Yeah,
But you wanted to go learn karate.
yeah. And then off to piano.
They're gonna whip you. So listen, you can't learn to whip other kids. So what we're gonna do is whip you until you piano real good.
Yeah, and she was kind of scared too, because, you know, I might get into fights, and I might... who knows? She won't
She
know.
didn't want to think you could start getting into more fights because you could win. She'd rather you could, like, avoid fighting altogether.
I
As
would
opposed
be
to,
like...
spending money to, like, basically teach you how to fight other people. Or at least it can you think that you could fight, you could take on as people in fights.
Like
So
like
she's
like
in
yeah,
college,
yeah.
taking you out classes and having you learn piano to be safer.
Well, like you've seen Jackie Chan, right? He
Yeah.
In one of his interviews, he said, "If I were, if I could go back in time, I would like to be a singer instead."
Do you like that?
Yeah, it was translated.
Uh, I don't know how I feel about that because like his career has been so fucking cool, but now he's like Jackie Chan is this weird part of his life where like he has everything he wants and he's like been an actor for so long. It kind of makes you think it's like he seems like he's like really searching for something.
Well, yeah, because you know all his movies, right?
Yeah,
Were handmade. They're not like CGI or whatever um, technology is being used.
it's all
Um,
practical effects and
yes.
stuff
So
he's doing.
he broke bones. He did like the extent. He worked his ass off. So to make good content.
Yeah,
Whereas Chris Tucker's like sitting behind and enjoying his life wherever. And that's why we're not seeing Rush Hour 4 in production anytime.
funny if there was just like a life where it's like after like some unseen events, unseen falling out between Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan after the third Rush Hour film, that like that there's just like burning feud that we don't know about between Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan, and that probably makes some people sad. I find the image by itself I find really funny.
Yeah, so and on the top side also, Jackie Chan has a humble attitude, so that's why a lot of people likes him.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's a good person to chill out with.
I remember he did a video where he explained like how like old like sort of Chinese martial arts movies how they did some of their special effects, and he kind of like and one of them was like how do you like fake getting slashed by a sword and spraying blood out of your body, and one of them is that you hold a little bottle that contains some fake blood in it, and you stand with the camera up like sort of filming your back, and then the actor in front of you swings his sword, and you mime like this flash, and you swing your arm backwards and sort of squeeze the bottle, so it sprays blood out to the side and behind you. So it looks like you've been slashed and you're bleeding. It's just a squirt bottle, or a little bottle you're squeezing with your left hand, and it's sort of like sort of spraying blood out of the hand, but it looks like it's slashed. And he says, so that's one way to do it. I don't like violent. It's too violent, he says. And so he's like, that's the one sort of like special effect thing I'm gonna do. The rest of it's not gonna be that. It's too violent. I don't like it.
Or food coloring.
That we did in like Hong Kong, like in Chinese like filmmaking. So I have to show you to you once. But I remember like stuff like that. But that was kind of cool. And like he was showing you how you did the practical effects and stuff. And one of them was just like literally, I don't. It's too bloody. I don't like it. So I usually don't put that stuff in my movies.
I think like in movies recently they use maybe like food coloring, red dye,
Yeah.
and then they would like wear it like inside their body. I'm not their body, but like their inside their shirt.
I know with guns, like the way they used to do it is that to mime someone, like do a special effect if someone's being shot, you have a little squib, which is like a little pack of sweet blood that you then press a button and it blows up, and you just have this blood shoot out of the actor, and with a hole like a bullet and tearing apart the clothing, so it looks like they've been shot by sort of blowing up these popping these little squibs while someone's firing a top gun, basically. I miss squibs. Squibs looked really cool, but now it's all if there's blood or if there's muzzle flash, because they don't use blanks for guns anymore. They don't use squibs for gunshots for people getting shot. They do CGI muzzle flash and CGI blood. Or sometimes they don't even do blood. Just you get like a little puff of dust, or they like mine getting shot, and then like that's it. So like they take out the practical effects, and you only get digital. They don't look as good. Or they just like sort of do muzzle flash, and then they don't like really do the effects for someone getting shot at all.
Right.
It's like it like, literally like looks worse than it used to.
But that's cool and all too. But why in the hell, like all those recent Hollywood mistakes, like how the Crow died,
Oh yeah, that was a sad one. Brandon Lee.
and then the one recently with Alex Baldwin.
Yeah, that one was like crazy. That that like the armorer fucked up that badly to get a
The
real
armorer
call.
is like what, 21-year-old? I forgot.
She was like 24 years old. She was there because her dad was a very experienced and well-known armorer.
If that was the case, then her dad should have been the armorer.
Yeah, he should have been the one doing that job, but like he kind of like got his kid to sort of do this really important and dangerous job that she didn't really train for. There's like a little bit of nepotism that kind of got her like on set and like in control of the guns and like these weird like non-union armorers and her team and mostly friends, I guess, were the ones and guns and like loading them with real bullets and shooting, like as in shooting the TV show, not but both, I guess. They had like real bullets sort of like rolling around and loading guns with them.
One little mistake caused a life.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, it's like a bunch of mistakes, but only a bunch of mistakes happening that just didn't manage to kill anybody on that set, just the armor.
I mean, like, to be honest, if I were that 24-year-old...
Also kind of one of the reasons why, like, the set was so unsafe and why everyone worked such long hours. But, you know, it's still bad. It's fucking crazy, man.
But to be honest, if I were that 24-year-old, I would still be freaking concerned. Have I double checked to see if there were any blanks? I hope I didn't slip anything. I would, because
I think what ended up happening. I think what happened is that like people were like there were people like hand loading their own ammunition to fire at aluminum cans, and like while they were on set or like on lunch break or something like that. I think what had happened is that someone had like loaded a dummy bullet into like the cylinder, because like when you're looking at a revolver, a loaded revolver has bullets visible in it. So to make it convincing, like these like loaded dummy bullets are like in them, right? But for blank, you load a cartridge that doesn't have that has like some some powder, but no bullet. And what ended up happening is that they had a shot where basically he was supposed to point the gun at the camera, and there's supposed to be dummy bullets in cylinders for the shot. But they also the armorer had also loaded the gun with blank cartridges. And the thing is about it is that if a blank cartridge with a bullet in front of it is just a bullet. That's just a cartridge that fires a real ass bullet. So they basically double loaded with a dummy and a blank cartridge that just kind of doubled back into being an actual regular bullet you shoot out of a gun that kills you. So when he pulled the trigger, it was supposed to just click, and then like in editing you would do like a gunshot or something like that. But it ended up going off a cinematographer because it's loaded correctly.
ay ay ay.
And it's funny because there's like a lot of people who are like kind of conservatives who don't like Alec Baldwin because he made fun of Trump a lot in SNL, um, are really fixated on like pointing out that he is solely responsible for killing the cinematographer, right? They're just like mad at him, so they just won't stop talking about him. But like kind of ignoring the, I don't know, like just sort of like just ignoring like the other people who are like probably more at fault and who are like more in charge of safety than he was, just an actor. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's really weird.
Ay, ay, ay.
I know.
So anyways, were there any updates on Alec Baldwin's case?
Did he get hit criminal or civil?
I don't remember.
Or is he in trouble at all? Actually,
Right? I don't know.
I'm actually gonna look it up now.
What's the news? Like, not fake news, okay.
Okay, here are two articles from 2 days ago about Alec Baldwin. Uncool for school. Alec and Hilaria Baldwin's 9-year-old daughter makeup sparks outrage and concern. Alec Baldwin shares sweet tribute to son Edu on his second birthday. You are my life. Uh, Alec Baldwin watches on while Casper Rudd is triumphant against Karen Kapishov in U.S. Open. What is this? Oh, it's sports. Production company behind Alec Baldwin's Rust denies liability for Helena Hutchins' death. What the fuck? Okay, here's the Alec Baldwin sued for $25 million by family of fallen Marine in defamation case. That was in August of this year, actually.
Last month?
Alec Baldwin is being sued for defamation and negligence in a lawsuit filed by a family member of a fallen Marine who claimed the actor accused one family member of being an insurrectionist at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. The lawsuit, which is seeking $25 million in damages, was filed by two sisters and widow of Lance Corporal Riley J. Collins, who was killed during a suicide bomber attack in Kabul, Afghanistan, of last year. The family is also sued Baldwin for invasion of privacy and intentional infliction of emotional distress. What the fuck is this? One of the sisters of the Marine who died was at the Capitol during the January 6th riots, and apparently Baldwin had sent money to their family because their family member was a Marine who died during the withdrawal from Kabul from Afghanistan. So Alec Baldwin decided to donate money to their family, but in a time afterwards, she showed up at the January 6th gathering that ended up turning into the riot. And then he said, when I gave uh, the money for your late brother out of real respect for his service to his country, I didn't know you were in the sixth riot. So he just posted his disappointment because he basically said, I sent money to your, sent money to for I sent money to your family because your brother was a patriot who died for our country, but you're a piece of treasonous scum. Like, what's up with that? The legal term claims Royce was never detained, arrested, charged, or convicted of any crime associated with their attendance at the January 6th, 2021 event in Washington, D.C. Protesting is perfectly legal in this country. I've already had my sit down with the FBI. Blah 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 blah. So okay, so I guess Alex was like tweeting at this woman, uh, that like that basically she was participating in the riot that happens, and I guess now she wants to sue Alec Baldwin for $25 million.
LOL.
I don't know. I guess he got epic on Twitter. Right? So Alec Baldwin was getting sued for being too epic. I guess. Or something. It's like, I mean, honestly, like, that's a fucking a weird, annoying thing to do. It's like Lord for the much sense of family, and just like trying to shit talk lady.
If I were a millionaire,
Just like, it's like, okay, Alex, just shut up, man. Shut the fuck up. You don't. But he's guy, but you know, he can't. It's what he's fucking doing now. Someone's trying to fucking get paid. He's in the way.
dang, I could just retire for 25 mil.
You never have to work again on $25 million.
Yeah, I could just buy a house and just
Don't buy a house that's too nice though, or else people might actually try to break in. That didn't end up being a thing. A guy like ended up like having some guy break into his house and like kill his daughter, specifically because trying to get into his apocalypse bunker, because he thought the world was gonna end, so he wanted an apocalypse bunker. So he like went on, and he found that his house, his Zillow profile for his house had an apocalypse bunker, like listed on the. So the guy broke into his house and like and tried to kill everyone in there to try and steal his bunker.
Stupid.
No.
It's a very stupid thing to do. Why even have a bunker? Oh my god. Like how people believe in aliens. It's all make-believe, people. There's no such thing as ghosts.
Okay, so apparently a bunch of people started being abusive on Twitter towards the sisters, um, like after Baldwin made his comments, and because of the Twitter harassment that just happened because he decided to like, I don't know, like, and like he's gotten it, so because Alec Baldwin got in a Twitter argument with some people, her and some of her other family members started getting a bunch of people on Twitter posting at them on Twitter, and because of that they're now suing him in a
Damn you, Alec.
The suit was later dismissed in May as the court did not have jurisdiction over Baldwin, who lives in New York. So they tried to. So then they filed it again in the Southern District of New York. But then what happens? Nothing. So no one is talking about this by the looks of it. So it really seems like. Okay, wait, here's another one. There's like no updates to that stuff too. This is really weird. Rail skate park floor.
Yeah. It's so bright you could hardly see it.
Okay, I can see some specks in the ground actually. There we go.
Ooh.
I got it.
Okay, now which wall?
Fuck, I don't know.
Oh.
Just look at all of them. Now look at all the walls. That's why there's so many fucking walls.
Here's the rail.
I found the wall. Lord. Oh, I bet it's on the top.
There we go.
Oh!
Yep.
Oh! You're stuck in the wall. There we go. There we go. I found the muck. There we go.
Yay! Hip hip
Yeah.
hooray!
That took a long ass time. You know, I guess we can actually leave and not have to finish them and come back to complete them, right?
Yeah. It's automatically
Okay,
saved.
we're taking so long to finish the jobs and we don't actually have to do all of them.
Yeah, that's when I said last night, hey, do you want to do some of it? And then we can continue tomorrow.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to buy some stuff, actually.
Yes.
I'm going to get a heavy-duty washer. The Prime Vista 3000.
Yay.
And then equipment. Make it the Prime Vista. Oh, that's the other one. Prime Vista 3000 long. Prime Vista turbo nozzle.
Okay, let me go use the bathroom real quick.
Blech. Do that.
Okay, I'm back.
I bought some new equipment, and I'm going to start the sidecar job.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Oh, E. Prime Vista.
Oh, this one's easy.
Yep. Feels satisfying.
Pepperan. Oh.
Oh, did you read the message and description, by the way, on the job? Well, actually, you didn't get a chance. This one's really funny because apparently this thing's all dirty because a woman and her husband went on a race, like a cross country 24-hour race in the motorcycle with her husband riding in the sidecar. It's like, nah, that was pretty easy. And, whenever my hands got tired, I just took my hands off the throttle and give them a good shake. When we drove under the riverbed, though, that really fucked up the sidecar. But it was no problem. By the way, my husband was wondering if you knew any chiropractors. And I'm looking at the seat, and the guy had to stay in 24 hours sitting in this metal seat. Look at this fucking seat. He spent 24 hours sitting in that, bumping his ass around.
That has to hurt.
It's like I appreciate the humor the game kind of throws in, like the weird kind of dumb characters in the story.
Fake news. Oh, I cleaned the chair.
Chair.
Oh, the wheels. Oh my god. You need power washers to wash your frickin' motorcycle?
I'm not even gonna try.
Oh my god, you gotta be ultra lazy to do. Oh, whatever. This is the most basic thing you could wash.
You can honestly just use a garden hose for this.
Yes. You don't need two people to.
That'll be $300.
Exactly. Hell no.
Buy both of us an Xbox.
I could just.
I remember that was a thing in that show. I forgot what it was called. Well, There's Your Problem. And really early in the series, they would talk about disasters that kill people, and whenever they would get to the compensation, like what the survivors got for the negligence of the government or the company that caused the accident, they would always measure the compensation by number of Xboxes you could buy with the money. And so I remember one that was so statistically, if you lost a child in this accident, The government gave you enough money to buy an Xbox for the kid you still have. Hey, sorry, your brother is dead, but here's an Xbox. Go nuts, kid. Oh, the Fender.
Microsoft. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So they are not selling their Xboxes at all.
Really?
Yeah. Like their S series, their S line
Really?
series. Yeah. There's still a lot like over here. They're not even being bought.
That's interesting.
And then there's like there's still a few X's too.
I was thinking about it, I was thinking about maybe I can get like an S or something like the next if I'm gonna replace the console I have. That's something I can do.
And then all the PlayStation 5s were always being sold. As soon as they got a shipment in, it's sold within the same day.
Oh, really?
Even today. And still, there's still a bunch of Xboxes still sitting in the shelves. Why is that, Hunter?
I don't know.
Because the market for the Xboxes, I think there's a lot of complaints, a lot of bugs still. Oh shit. Did we just do something different? Oh. Oh,
Wash the car.
Nah. Yeah, Xbox is not popular as the PlayStation. In terms of
anyway,
because
like over time, especially last generation, I think the Xbox One completely fucked up the momentum Microsoft had with the Xbox.
And here's the thing, Hunter. Do you know why the S's are not selling?
Why?
The Game Pass.
What, really?
Yes. Why would I buy an Xbox S because it's only digitally downloaded, right? If I can just buy the Game Pass and I could enjoy thousands of games, or I mean hundreds.
Hundreds of with just a PC, right?
Yeah. Or on my TV.
The PC is literally has the Game Pass for PC has literally made the Xbox console itself obsolete. You don't need it.
Yes, exactly. Why? Why do you need an Xbox S if I could just enjoy your games on PC? Or I think they were talking about releasing a Game Pass app on your smart TV as well. So why even bother buying an Xbox?
Well, there is actually an answer to that, and the answer is that some people work on computers, and when they go home and they play video games, they don't want to fucking play on a computer. And that is actually I have seen or read or heard people talk about. For example, there's another podcast called Let's Fight a Boss, and their day job is that they're animators, right? And among other things, they work on computers all day. Well, people talk to them about playing PC games and ask them why they play on Xbox or PlayStation when playing on a computer is so much easier and cheaper, and you can use all your favorite peripherals. And it'd be why do you do that? Because I work on a computer at my job. I don't want to be on a computer when I'm playing video games. Xbox and PlayStation is for video games. If I'm sitting at a computer while playing video games, I feel like I'm in work mode and I can't relax. So there's no point in playing on any video game on a computer.
Well, that's a small hand of.
That's the actual thing. That's the actual mindset behind it.
But that doesn't happen to a lot of people.
I can't play video games on my computer because it just feels like I'm working.
But that only applies to like a small handful, not the majority.
I don't know, maybe, but then again, like everyone's fucking job is going on the computer now. It's just like so many. It's so many people. Even if like you're not like the animation industry, if you're doing clerical work or if you're doing any kind of minor administrative work that just requires you to be on a computer or have a workstation. For a lot of people, they just have the psychological association of computers means work, and so they're like develop an aversion towards leisure time on computers. So that's not like the majority of people, but also like I don't know, like just for a lot of people, like actually navigating a computer and like using it is less straightforward and more complicated. It's for some people the computer is harder than just an Xbox. I know that sounds silly, but like uh, a lot of people don't really use their computer for a whole lot of stuff. They use it for going on the internet, and then there's various browser apps or stuff like that they use it for. They use a gaming platform like Steam for a small subset of games, but maybe. But like really, they don't really use their computer tech for a whole lot of technically complex things. So any kind of problem that is related to the PC, like upgrading your computer, and it involves opening your computer to change parts, they don't want to do. And buying a new Xbox or a nicer Xbox or whatever, it's just a simpler, less stressful. It feels like it's a cheap thing to do. So I don't.
It doesn't apply to everybody though. Sometimes.
None of it does. That's kind of the reason why Xbox is putting their platform on everything, right? That's why they're putting like the app on smartphones. They're letting you pay a subscription so you can play Xbox games on your computer. They're doing that because their portfolio is so diversified that as long as people are using their services, they're gonna make money. And so simply like letting them play Xbox not on the Xbox is going to help them because all the various product lines, whether it's phones, whether it's Windows computers and operating systems, or the Xbox, it doesn't matter because one way or another you're paying that subscription to Microsoft, and they're going to turn a profit as long as you're using any of their services. So I really think that they're going to turn away from the Xbox to a certain extent, the console itself, and sort of and capture the market of gaming itself instead of trying to get the Xbox to like occupy the most market share. I think they know they've already lost that. Like the Xbox One fucked up like I said, Xbox One fucked up their momentum that they had acquired with the 360. And because of that, I think they know the writing's on the wall and have to find a different way of like either increasing their market share or maintaining it. And I think leveraging all their other products like their computers and phones and stuff like that, and just trying to make sure people can access their games and content and they can pay for it is more important than selling Xboxes. And I'm inclined to agree with that decision. You know, if you can't outsell PlayStation, which it seems like they can't, if you can't build a better console than PlayStation, it seems like they can't, you might as well just sell them a subscription that you know they're going to pay for. Give them a better deal on the IP and products you can sell them. And
Oh, come over here. There's an achievement.
Did you get an achievement?
Yeah, impeccable balance.
Oh, like, you're standing on any farthing?
Yeah, you just stand on the seat. Like, more. Okay. Now sit. Wait a bit. Something should show
Oh,
up.
wait.
Try washing. Get the pedal. Nothing.
I give up. I surrender. There we go. Now the seat. There we go. We have cleaned this penny farthing.
And they need us to clean it for them? Oh my god.
Us to clean the penny farthing.
Freaking. This is like from the 1900s.
It is. I think it's literally the first bicycle. It is from the 1800s. Came a cropper on the old bicycle. Seems an element of rust may have crept in and seized up the ruddy stop blocks. Give the old boy a wish, and there's a shiny threepenny bit in for you. Okay, fire station.
This is so dangerous also.
They are. I think they are fucking. I think the original version of the penny farthing didn't have a seat, actually.
Oh my god. You're just freaking
I know.
balancing. Oh, here's a fire truck.
Let's clean the fire truck again.
But
Fire truck.
this is just like the side missions though. These are not...
I haven't unlocked. I haven't unlocked any more. I have to do this one to unlock more.
Oh, really?
This is the only after the penny farthing of the SUV and the motorcycle sidecar. This is the only other job available to me, so I have to do it and progress.
Because all I have is the RV. So if you have the RV, that means we are the same.
We're all the same. Okay.
Yeah. But I had like many missions to do even before that.
Huh.
Let's see, did you get this like weird house? I forgot. It's like an outdoor house, like a shoe.
I did get that one. I ended up finishing that on my own, like early before we started playing together.
Huh.
So I did get that one.
Crap. I don't know where we're at then. I mean, where you're at.
I'm not. Is it randomized? Like, is it actually sequential? I don't know if it is. Or maybe I've been putting some of them off because I don't know. I actually don't know how the progression of jobs is supposed to work, whether it's random or not.
Yeah. It feels the same though.
Yeah, we're starting to like converge on each other. It seems like.
Because if you've done the shoe house, that means literally, literally,
Right.
we should be on the same boat.
Well, anyway, it's kind of wash out truck.
Did you do the tree house though? No, right?
I did actually. I did do the tree house. Wait.
No, that's from me.
Oh, right. Wait a minute. Do we complete? I don't know. Well, I guess no. We've already like repeated. I've already cleaned this truck with the fire truck. So the jobs do repeat across our different career modes. So that's not a way to explain it. But no, I haven't done the tree house yet.
Maybe that's next. I don't know.
Yeah, that might.
That means you're almost caught up?
Almost, yeah. I'm kind of getting there.
hate doing the metal.
Oh, the rust. Yeah, the rust is so stubborn.
This is even harder.
Just spray harder.
Just imagine having to wax and polish your car.
I know. You had to do that once, right?
I did that several times already.
I think you. Yeah, that's right. Your dad made you do it. I remember that I was at your house and you said I have to wax the car now, and
Yeah.
he's like waxed for like several hours. He
Yeah.
just waxing the car the entire time I was there visiting
Yeah.
you. That was really funny. Well, I guess it was funny because I didn't have to wax the car, but
It's good exercise though.
I'm sure you can just do wax on, wax off. Just do the Karate Kid training and shit.
With modern day equipment, it's a lot faster. Plus, back then we used McGuire's. So McGuire's had that, you had to put it on, like, what do you call it? Microfiber cloth. So you had to, like, tap it down on the microfiber cloth, and then wax on, wax off. But now, you just spray it.
Nice.
So it was a lot stressful in the early 2000s. But now they have the spray kind. So you just spray it like as if you're just washing or yeah, like Windex. It's like you're spraying down your glass window.
Yeah.
So it's a lot easier.
Nice.
And it takes lesser time. So
It does sound a lot easier.
so from car washing and then waxing and polishing should take you like an hour or two.
Right?
Whereas back then it took us like 4 hours.
Oh, God.
You know, with our minivan,
Yeah?
it took us 6 to 8 hours.
So was that you and your dad, or was that you and your sister?
Me, all three of us.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Freaking 8 hours, one full job, one full shift.
Oh my God, dude.
8
That
hours
sucks.
because it's a freaking minivan. You know that minivan has panels. It's like
Yeah.
a few hours per panel.
Jesus.
And then think about it. Some panels are short, so it could take you like 30 minutes. But then look at all sides of it. You got the back, you got the hood, you got the sliding doors, inside of the sliding doors. Okay.
Okay.
the, the interior. What do you call it? The vinyl.
Oh, yeah. Right.
It took forever, and
Yeah.
plus, our seats are like carpeted cloth. Like really. So
Oh.
aside from the waxing and polishing, also the seats, the freaking floor is made of cloth.
Oh, God.
So we had to use like rug cleaner to get
Oh,
the
right.
stains off.
Oh, just the entire car must be spotless.
Yeah, because that's what our dad taught us.
Oh my God, dude.
He's like, yep. So ever since I watched that Karate Kid segment, like, okay, I know what's this about again.
Did you at least learn the defensive, like the active blocking technique that Daniel saw and learned?
No.
You learn shit. I'm fucking ignorant as always.
But yeah, like we so in California, right? When we did that the first time, it was like 2003, 2004, right? So we would go to the car wash and wash the car, and then we would park to the side and wax and polish. So we would start around 6:30 in the morning, and then we would be finished by like 2 to 3, between 2 to 4 p.m. Okay, 6:30 in the morning to between 2 to 4 in the afternoon, and then after that we would stop by like Burger King or McDonald's.
Uh,
So it was still rewarding for lunch.
that sounds nice.
Now this all happened before I got punched in the stomach.
Ooh, so you could still actually eat that food.
Yes. I could still do a little bit, but not as abrasive as like a full drink.
Yeah.
Like a few sips here and there is okay. Hopefully in the future there could be like a cure for it. Like they would invent something to replace what was lost. You know?
Yeah. Like some kind of therapy, something like that.
So I can grind this part, this right side part again. I'm pretty sure they could maybe, right?
Maybe.
And technology is always evolving, so they could replace. Yeah. And then I could enjoy all the foods again.
That would be cool, huh?
Yeah. Or maybe they could invent something like that. On top of that, I could grind or eat like food that I'm allergic to, which are pistachios.
You're allergic to pistachios?
Yeah.
Oh, I love pistachios. That sucks.
Yeah, I get stomach cramps when I eat pistachios.
Oh, lame.
Yeah, it's the what do you call it? I don't remember now. It's a term where man, it's not fuck. It's something in the pistachio that gives you why I'm allergic to pistachios. It's a food element in pistachios that there's a word for it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me see here. some people with a pistachio nut allergy may also experience symptoms when eating other seemingly unrelated foods. This is called cross-reactivity and occurs when your body's immune system identifies the proteins or components in different substances as being structurally similar or biologically related, thus triggering a response.
Ooh. That looks like a pistachio. It really isn't. I don't know. It looks like a pistachio.
Or if you experience an itchy mouth or ears, no, I don't experience any of that. I get like a really upset stomach.
Mm.
It's as soon as it hits the digestive tract, that's when I start feeling the pain.
Oh.
And it's like that pain where like you get cold sweats.
What? Real? Ooh. That sounds nasty as hell.
It's like a live bacteria that's eating your insides. That's why your cells are killing it off. Like if you eat a contaminated food, like for example like raw sushi that wasn't prepared correctly.
Oh, it's like food poisoning or something like that?
Yeah, exactly.
You think
It's that element in the pistachio because I've done this. I've ate it once, right? The first time, and I experienced that reaction.
right?
I ate it again and experienced the same reaction.
Ooh.
And that was like months later. So it's something in the pistachio, an ingredient that causes an upset, not upset stomach, but like a trigger in my digestive tract.
Ooh.
But all the other nuts, all the other tree nuts I've ate, does not give me that reaction, so I can digest them correctly. But like cashews and pecans, I get a fart attack.
Dying of heart attack over here.
I do love them, okay? Remember when I was still remembering the time when you came over and I just filled the room up with fart.
God.
Remember that? It was because the day before I was like binging on cashews and pecans. I was like, shit, I can't hold it.
You're just fucking shitting constantly.
And I guess
Making shitting noises.
you were like, you and Joe's were like, fuck.
It's like, oh my, I know, we were like, I think we were like both like talking shit about how gross that was.
Right. I was fucking laughing. It's because the frickin' peanuts I ate the other day. I also thought I was offered like onion rings too, like deep fried onion rings. So that frickin' triggered me.
Oh my god.
I was like, I can't hold it. It's like I have to release it.
Look, I get that you got a fart, but also like, did you have to like record it?
Record it? I didn't think
Yeah.
we were recording at the time. I think we were just like hanging out, because I was sitting in the back watching watching like, I think we were watching Finicky. I forgot. I don't think we were live streaming. This was like back in 2017 or 18. This was back before I got sick. Remember? Remember when I was like live streaming Resident Evil 7? This was before that.
Oh god, I got the RV now.
Hey Hunter, remember when I got sick back in 2017, live streaming Resident Evil 7, especially on VR?
Oh yeah,
I was sick with the
it's not
flu.
like like I call and you get motion sickness.
No, I wasn't motion sick. I had the flu.
Oh, that's right. You have. That's right. I recall gets motion sickness and a headache whenever he puts on the headset. He was like really disappointed.
And I
Like,
was like,
oh,
hey guys, want to come over? I don't care if I'm sick.
yeah. Wow, that like, what a different world that was. If people are sick, it's like, no, whatever, it's fine. It's nice. No, it's big. It is big deal now.
Yeah. But you know, if I just wore a mask all these years, growing up, I'd probably be sick free. I think that's a fact because, like, ever since COVID, right? The last time I got sick was when I was still in college.
Right.
I was doing a presentation as well, a group presentation. I came to class sick, and that was in 2019. And then after I got relieved from that, COVID hit, and then we started wearing masks, and then I never got sick after that.
Huh.
And look, it's September 11. It's freaking 9/11, and I haven't gotten sick ever since. With the
Shit, it's 9/11 today, isn't it?
yeah, and I haven't gotten sick
I
ever
fucking
since.
like forgot. It's like slash missed that.
Exactly. And I haven't gotten sick. Isn't that great?
That is pretty cool.
So I feel like when Serenity, your stepsisters go to school, are they wearing masks?
No, they're both vaccinated actually.
Yeah, but like even though you're vaccinated, I still
There's no there's no like mask mandate. Like there's no mask mandate and like there's no one that wears masks up in school.
so
That theory has passed here in New Mexico at the very least. But all the kids should be vaccinated, I think.
right.
But in any case, so yeah,
Huh.
that's it. We don't really wear masks when we go out anywhere either. And like we haven't gotten. Like, we went to a concert. Like we're both like we're both like vaccinated and boosted, yeah, already. But yeah, we just went to a concert and we didn't wear a mask, no one else did, and like we came back, we didn't even get sick with like the flu or anything.
Uh huh.
So like we're kind of at a weird point where like uh, although people are still getting COVID, for whatever reason, like we seem to be fine, and it probably has a lot to do with the fact that like a lot of people, most people in Mexico are like vaccinated and boosted. We always had pretty hot numbers in that regard, so maybe that has to do with it. But like herd immunity, like I think the herd immunity related to a lot of people being vaccinated done its job, and just not a lot of people around here have COVID. In places where that have been like very obstinate and not getting vaccinated, it's still floating around and mutating and doing a problem there. But I don't know.
So yeah, remember like last week when one of our employees got COVID?
Yeah.
She's fully vaccinated and she got COVID from her husband. Um, but after 5 days, she got better.
That's kind of the other thing. That's one of the things that people don't really give a vaccine is that like they make your immune response stronger to whatever sickness you're vaccinated against.
Uh-huh.
But it doesn't prevent you actually contracting whatever comes in your direction. It's either going to be so effective that like you never present with symptoms and no one would ever know that you were sick, or you get sick but you were responds much better. Your symptoms are much less severe, and you recover much quicker. So like it just makes your immune response better than normal, but you can still get it. But it's always better to be vaccinated than not to. Like there's basically no risk to it for the most part, and you only make your odds of not getting sick or getting better very quickly, or not getting severely like not you're probably not going to get like a severe like long COVID like some people do.
Right.
A lot of people have like debilitating long COVID sort of conditions because they got sick with it. Um, but like I think with vaccination that's like way less likely to happen. And you can get over having COVID a lot better if you're actually up to date with your shots.
Right.
But I don't know, like that. I remember that some people just don't get that about vaccines. Like I remember something like this. It was I think it was like Life is Strange. I was watching a playthrough of it, so I was curious when it came out, and the character said something like was like looking at a little poster that was trying to tell students to like get a flu shot, and she said, "Ugh, last time I got a flu shot, I got the flu. No thanks." And I thought, what the fuck, dude? Like you're a fucking imbecile. So fucking weird.
Hey Hunter, guess how much I earned from my not the gaming videos, but like my main piano channel?
How much?
Like $400.
Nice. For like what how like bleh. For how much time?
That's like years worth of time.
Oh, so you collectively over the
Yes.
entire lifetime of your channel, you've earned $400.
Right.
Okay. That would be like nice. But like you got a check from AdSense that they gave you $400.
So
And
I
said, no, I've been getting pennies for like 20 years.
so in order for me to bump up the viewership and all that, I need more viewers. And in order to increase more viewers, I need better editors. I only know basic editing.
You need to defeat the algorithm, and I don't know if you can. I don't know how you can do that.
Like
But then it's like editing, like short edited content might actually be the way to do that. Actually.
also like recording at 3 different angles. So not just like sitting in one direction, and just having the camera always aimed to you and your
Okay.
keyboard, like in one place, because in order to get more viewership, you need like like how people when they do their videos, it's always active, right? The cameras are always active. It's not always sitting in one direction. It's always facing a different direction, right?
Yeah.
And that increases. Yeah, that makes your eyes wanna. Huh, this is interesting because now I'm. What are you trying to do, right?
Just zoom in on their face and get a reaction shot and make it funny.
Yes.
Yeah,
and that's one. Yeah, that's one thing to increase your viewership. Like it's a technique, okay?
make your videos better.
Yes, to make them better. You don't have to be so good, but it just makes it more engaging to the eye can see, right?
Yeah.
Now with this software, right? But that's the thing though. How do I point it out to like 3 different angles? Or even 2 at least.
I don't know, maybe you need to record.
It's like you need to record twice? I don't know. I don't know. It's an editing technique that I don't know.
I think you can move the I think you for like if you're like playing something, right? I think you could
Ah,
Excuse me. You can pan and move the camera around or the window or zoom
uh-huh.
it out in space or something like that. You can like let the actual camera holding you doesn't have to move at any one angle, but the focus on the screen is what's moving, right? And that creates the sort of like the dynamism or the movement within
Yes,
the image.
it creates the effect.
You're editing the frame which the audience is watching and moving that. So that way you can record from one angle from one camera, from one angle from one camera, and still have something dynamic through editing, and
You know
not.
what you know what I'm like, how do YouTubers, right? Okay, for example, like when they do the podcasts, like Cinnamon Toast Ken, right? When they
Right?
do podcasts, like if their friend is and they're engaging, right? Like live.
Yeah.
How do they, or how would they? Because his partner, his friend, is sitting at home, okay, at his house. They're not sitting together in the same studio. They are sitting away from each other at different places. So
Right.
so him is sitting at home, at his home, whereas his friend is sitting at his home. But how are they like fused together so that it looks like that they're conversating together side by side?
Oh, you mean like having two separate cameras uh, feeds being put into the same frame?
Something
So like a
like
split
that.
type of thing. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know the best friends they did that where they had like a four. They would have like a split the screen split between the four of them,
Uh huh.
and they each have their own window in their own houses, in their own office, or talking to each other. Or
Yeah.
they would be in the same room, but they each get their own camera. So I know what you mean. OBS is an interesting example because you can actually put multiple sort of like a video output
Uh
uh,
huh.
into OBS. So you have multiple like video feeds, but uh, you can also like you can also actually move the actual you can like edit and move the actual screen that output is on. So you can like make it smaller, squish it down, and move it to the side, and put different outputs at different and put like a different output window next to it. So you totally can, as long as you have the input being fed into the thing.
That seems
Actually, you know
complicated.
what? You're right. How does that? I'm thinking about it. You're right. How do you actually feed multiple inputs? Video. How do you put? How do you get video output to converge remotely?
Yeah.
That is actually kind of a hard one. I'm not really sure about.
That's like professional editing.
Yeah, and it's live.
Yeah. Like wow. How? That's like somewhere out there, you know.
Yeah.
But
Now, like after the fact, when you like publish the video,
uh huh.
that's I think that's probably pretty simple because all you have to do is just take like four different like video files and then just all you have to do is like take four videos and then sort of sync them up with each other and then you just like put them in their own little windows of the screen. You know what I mean? And I think that's that. But live, I'm not sure actually because if you have like cameras in each of their houses, how are you supposed to like connect that feed to the central feed where someone can simply edit it and like kind of like put it on like a screen or something like that? I don't know actually. There's
Exactly.
got to be a way to do it.
And then editing it out professionally as well. Jesus.
Yeah. But the thing is about it, I know the point I'm trying to make with OBS is that you can actually change the recording setting while you're still recording. So, for example, I figured out that if you have a game sort of set to capture the desktop audio and visual of a capture a game window, if you can turn it off the game and then boot up another game, switch with different video presets that you set up, and it'll start capturing that. So you can basically start moving around the viewing port, changing like what your input and output for video and audio, add new ones in there, change their volume, while you're still recording, and while you're still, and those changes will happen in real time while you're recording. So I think much older and simpler software is able to make changes and adjust live. So it's not like it's not like a massive problem. It's already able to do it. Software is already able to do it. It's just a matter, for me, I think the biggest problem, logistical problem, getting, how do you record all of the inputs or input all the outputs on the same picture.
Right, in the same channel.
Channel, yeah. But
Like right now, like if you were to show your face, how would I?
yeah, how can I stream my face onto your stream?
Exactly.
Yeah. What would we actually have to use it so I can get both of our faces on camera even though we're like.
And I believe it's a software thing. Of course.
It has to. That's the only thing.
It can't be a hardware thing.
Yeah.
It's a software. I don't know.
Damn, we're gonna make each other look this shit up now.
But I am baffled that, we got the Movavi software, so that's like a start, like a beginner.
Literally, it was 2 tries. We tried 2 different attempts at torrenting it. The first one was a bust because the keys, the product keys were already taken. But the second torrents that we tried, or like the first torrent that we actually tried, turned out to actually be the right one, and we got ended up getting a free torrented version of Movavi from 2021.
And that's still up to date.
Yeah, very good.
You won't miss out on a lot of
It's
content.
not actually all that different from 2022.
Yeah, the only
some like video and audio editing presets that you can apply to video and audio segments or in the track. I think there's some that are missing from the 2021 version, but honestly, they're not like that essential. I think they're like much more kind of optional.
yes. So you
It's
didn't
still
miss out too much.
as the current one.
It's just basically the features.
It is missing a bell and a whistle, but that's all it really is.
Yeah. Ever since the 2017 version, the editing should be the same.
Honestly, changing it up to now would just kind of make it worse, honestly.
Yeah. Oh man, there's graffiti on top of this?
Yeah.
Who would graffiti on... Ew.
Fucking hooligan, that.
This is... Third world ugly.
Yeah, this man is third world.
Do you know any word when Finicky comes back?
I don't know. He just said he's gonna be in Tampa for the week, but he didn't say when he's back. I think he just said for the week. I don't know when that's supposed to be over.
Hasn't it been a week?
I don't think it's been a week quite yet, actually.
So a couple more days?
Maybe a few more days now. Depending if we have a message here, but is he responding to messages?
What was that?
Is he even responding to messages?
No.
Well, I guess there's fuck all we can do, I guess.
I guess he didn't bring his laptop to Florida.
But yeah.
Otherwise, we'd be gaming right now.
We gaming.
Fuck me.
No.
That's pretty good. Oh. What do you call this white thing?
White thing?
Is this like the vent?
What is this?
Some,
Oh, I think this might be a roof, a hatch for the roof.
a hatch.
It's like a way to like leap to get out of the vehicle from the top. Okay, I think at least. I'm not really sure.
I don't own an RV. I don't know.
Or an RV either.
Only those outdoorsy people know.
Honestly, if I own an RV, it's because I'm like living in one probably. But because I just like, oh, maybe I can like sleep in a really big car.
Oh, it's a vent.
Is it a vent? Did you find the vent hole?
It's because the thing showed up. Vent.
Oh, it's a vent. Okay.
A vent. So it's like if you're cooking, maybe.
I think it's because the vehicle at the inside is bigger. And because I think it's because like the vehicle is larger and you're gonna be like presumably living and sleeping in it for some amount of time, the ventilation needs to be better than like in a normal car. Because there's more space for more air to ventilate, and you're gonna be in there longer. So it's more important that the air circulates, or you can get new air in, so you don't like die of carbon monoxide poisoning while you're sleeping in there.
This RV looks kind of old though.
Oh, it almost certainly is. I honestly, any vehicle that's in like this weird kind of like mint green is that's a color scheme they don't really do on really big car vehicles anymore. I don't know. Maybe I'm not full of shit actually.
And then maybe the shower too. When you take a shower.
Oh yeah, you can take a shower.
Wait, where does the freaking like your body like if you take a shit, the toilet, where does the poop come out?
You know what? It's probably one of these side hatches right here, actually. Because there should be an onboard septic tank, right? But when you stop somewhere, there's like a septic tank that you can like attach you can actually attach and empty your septic tank into a larger one. That's and when you travel by RV, it's one of the things you make a pit stop for it, to refill your tanks so you can shower, use the bathroom, and then empty your sewage tank so that you can keep going to the bathroom. And
Man, having an RV though, that's so expensive. Like traveling every day.
I guess it could be, yeah. Like gas prices would make it really expensive, or I don't know. I think like with a large vehicle like an RV, it would be diesel instead. Although I don't know if that's more efficient or cheaper.
You're still putting out more gas though.
Yeah.
It's like what, 17 to the gallon?
I do know that they're great for like cross country travel. Like you basically you can basically rent an RV and pack a bunch of stuff in it, like with you.
Right.
So like your most important possessions, and it's a place where you can sleep and shower, but you can just like move everything across the country. I know the cast of Super Beast crew, the guys who like originally started Best Friends. I know that like Pat and his wife, who are on the show, they like literally do like Eastern Canada all the way to Western Canada by our
Yeah.
entire way. So like they like entire life in this RV they rented. And they drove like 7,000 miles from Montreal to to Vancouver.
Is that how many miles that it takes?
Like Canada is a massive country. It's like the second largest on Earth, and
Yeah.
like
It's like
very
the span of the U.S.
it's, it's much larger. Canada is much larger than the U.S. And it's also like much wider too. Like from east to west, there's like more inhabit. There's like more inhabited spaces east to west than in the United States. Because like, you have Montreal and like British Columbia that sort of like extends pretty far east past to any point in the United States. But then uh, you have like Vancouver that extends like all the way towards like where Alaska is basically. But it's a very long distance from east to west, basically, and I drove kind of length in an RV, and it took them
A week.
like a week or two, yeah. But they like spent, but they like yeah they like brought them stuff entire life in that RV and they made it inside the country. It's kind of a trip.
That's a pretty fun trip.
It does sound like it was pretty fun. They did basically talk about points where they really thought that they could have died because of how very narrow and kind of treacherous some of the cross country roads are, and how extreme the weather is.
Oh. Did they travel like during the fall winter season?
I'm trying to remember. It's Canada, so it's cold, and it's in the mountains. It's Canada, and also a lot of it is very mountainous. You get like cold or extreme weather and snowstorms in the mountains. Sometimes, no matter what weather it is, but it definitely is like an off-season type of time when they decide to travel. So I'm not really sure. I like already.
Even during the summer?
Well, like yeah, the top of a mountain is like a different climate. It's like a microclimate in and of itself. So like you could have I know here in Mexico, there's you have a ski resort in Albuquerque, and they're thinking, isn't it like the desert out here? Well, where the city is sort of surrounded on the eastern side by the Sandias Mountains, and on the mountains it fucking snows relatively regularly, enough that there's a ski resort in the mountains, just because it gets cold enough and it gets enough precipitation that it snows there, and you can ski there. But yeah,
Danger. Whoa. What are we missing? Oh, here.
why? I know.
Oh my god, it's like pressing C is like playing a rail shooter.
I know.
It's so satisfying. Did you know GoldenEye was supposed to be a rail shooter?
I can believe that totally.
Yeah, there was a demo released to the public, but on their final version of the game, it turned out to be an FPS shooter instead.
I mean, it makes sense because it really seems like a FPS that uses both sticks really seems like It was not red. It was. It really feels like it wasn't there yet. So that makes a lot of sense. That people would be surprised about that.
Yeah, it was. Here, oh, here it is. Here, oh yeah, here you go. Here was the commercial that was released to the public like before. Um, there you go. The beta. I sent it to you on Discord.
Brake lights and bumpers haven't been cleaned yet. One of the
So, pressing C and turning it into a rail shooter. I mean, a rail washing simulator.
yeah, it's really good. I love the free hand mode.
Yeah. Now, if I could play GoldenEye like this, it would be weird. Because the fact that if it's a rail shooter, meaning you don't get that much movement. But this game defeats that purpose. Like I can move, but it's like strafing. So I would be.
Oh, there's brake lights on top of the back of the RV.
Oh, speaking of which, have you looked at the keycaps?
Shit, I haven't. I was fucking busy today. I had to watch the kids.
Ah. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone was home and I still had to watch the kids.
The fuck?
Yeah, Sarah's out. Sarah's got her shoulder like in pain for some reason. She's got acid reflux, and my dad is like literally slept all day. I don't know. Like I guess everyone's beaten up and tired for some reason. So like I was the person who had to like watch out for the kids by default.
Interesting.
Indicator. It must be there. It is. It's gonna be on the top. Windows.
Did you also did this house?
This house?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did this house.
It was so freaking. It was.
Oh yeah,
it was okay.
Yeah, I'd like to get through all of it. One more window.
It's so sparkly and clean.
No.
It's so sparkly and clean that I can't see the inside of it.
Did you jump on my head? Climb on
Yes. Are you jelly, bruh?
That's so fucking rude, bro.
Oh, is it this window? Oh yeah, this window.
Yeah, there we go. I had to get it to the top.
Yay, 100%.
Nice.
Oh, there's a ladder. Oh my god. A freaking ladder. Why need a ladder if you got a ladder in the back of the freaking car? And this small thing, this small stool, is not even a ladder, it's a stool. A GoldenEye. It would have been a cool game.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. And that's the only footage in history of GoldenEye that was supposed to be a rail shooter. But the devs thought that it might have given the game a boring gameplay. So, or whatever the reasons were.
Clean the fire helicopter.
How are you caught up to me? And I don't get it.
Okay, apparently I'm a. Apparently I'm a. I've unlocked. I'm at level 90 now, and I'm able to buy the Prime Vista Pro. This would be the best power washer in the game and its accessories. But the power washer itself is like $5,000, and I haven't quite. I've spent it. I spent money on the other power washer and its accessories. But honestly, the soap nozzle itself is like $900, and the power washer itself being like 5,000. So I don't think I would actually be able to buy it and all the accessories, even if I had waited. Anyway, that's a goal. It's a goal.
Where is it? The Prime Vista 3000?
Yeah. No,
No.
I have the Practice of 3000 right now, but I mean Vista Pro. It's like the last one you've done.
It's $1,000.
The Prime Vista Pro?
The Prime Vista Pro Gold.
What? Oh, are you looking at cosmetics?
The modifications
Modifications.
On the shop.
Oh yeah, those are those are cosmetics for your power washer.
Oh, that doesn't do anything.
Yeah, like I think the Prime Vista Go Pro Gold is a cosmetic item that only applies the Prime Vista Pro washer. So you got to buy that first.
Fuck.
But Prime Vista 300 stuff that's like $25. You can like get that. It's kind of funny.
Where? Prime Vista 3000 Industrial. Red. Okay, no. These are mods. Where's the actual equipment?
It should be under equipment.
All I have under shop is clothing and modifications.
That's weird. Anyways,
is it because you're the host? I don't know.
I think it's because I'm the host and you're stuck in this job for some reason. I'm not really sure why.
Maybe.
Well, in any case, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning right now. And I had a particularly stressful evening tonight, and so I want to go to bed now.
Are we continuing tomorrow?
Yeah, we can continue tomorrow.
What time?
I think we can start at like 10 o'clock your time. I think.
Oh, especially on the weekends. God.
I know. Like we tried to start early this time, but we got so sidetracked by like the torrenting and video editing software stuff. We ended up like spending an hour on it. We started at 10 anyway.
I think that's like the earliest we've started though. Like 9 o'clock when you got ready.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess you're right. But oh my god. Anyway,
maybe like the same time.
Yeah, maybe we can try to do the same time. Anyway, so your sis is busy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And she won't know for how long. She said a week.
She said a week, like.
Yeah.
But did you say it again, like another week?
Yes, I guess so. See, it's always inconsistent with her.
I think she just well, I know she like canceled like suddenly on that one Sunday, but the only reason why like she had to do that was because I asked her when's the next time you think you want to hang out, and she just kind of like went Sunday because it was gonna be next week and it was far away, but it turned out there was something that she would wanted to do that day, or there was like people
Oh,
trying to
you.
hang out,
Oh, you.
or she was feeling it Sunday. So I think she's just literally saying later. Is not actually. She doesn't anticipate something happening. She just feels like she doesn't do it now or the next couple of days. She's just kind of putting it off.
Oh, is
Which
that what she meant? Like when she addressed it to you? She's
well,
like,
she didn't dress. I asked her a question. She said Sunday, and I said cool. And then I think, damn it, I didn't actually want to commit to Sunday, but she just said so because she was just trying to give an answer polite, and she didn't realize that, like she was gonna probably have to say no until like the next week or something like that. But whatever, man. You just don't. I get it. Like I'd honestly I'd actually prefer it if she just said, you know what, I'm not feeling it for like this next week. It's like okay, cool, great. Won't we won't like make plans then. That's fine. I'm glad you told me. But I wish it was just like no, I'm not feeling next week. Like how about this week? Not really feeling this week either. Like fine, cool. I'm glad you told me at the beginning of the week. That's great. But anyway, so I don't know. I guess our plans for like the for me you or me you and Carl or whatever, it's wide open for now.
yeah. At least when Carl gets back, we can play back rooms.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna quit out now.
Okie dokie.
Uh,
Artichokey.
let's see. Okay, man. Uh, I'm gonna to disconnect from what do you call it? I'm gonna disconnect from Discord.
Wah.
All right, man. Good night.
Alrighty, tonight.
Yeah.
Until tonight.
Yeah. See ya.
Oh yeah, make sure to edit the video.
I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna. This video is like as it's. We've been playing for like 3.5 hours. I'm not sure how we're gonna be editing this.
Just do like what I initially did. Like on Movie Maker was just sped up the time
Okay.
to make it 2x. I split some unnecessary content and just sped it.
Okay, but like the the entire point of the whole thing is that well, never mind. I guess speeding it up is like the only thing you can do is without
Yeah.
like, okay. Anyway,
for a boring game. Bah.
for a relaxing sort of monotonous
Yeah.
thing. All right. All right, I'll take a look at it and I'll see what I can do with with the editing software.
Yes.
Hopefully, the actual Sunday will be free.
Yes. And then let me know tonight how it went. Or if
Good
you
night.
even get to it.
Good night.
All right. Till tomorrow. Yee. yin yang. Nice. Alright, thanks all for watching. Stay tuned for the next. Later.